right, here I go. This is an interesting conversation. We're going to get it going. First off, you know the routine. Rep your city. I am representing Chicago, Illinois. Shout out to everybody on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. We have South Carolina in the building. Kushai Selassie, much respect. Oh, here goes. This is one of these difficult conversations. There's so much confusion about reparations. There's so much confusion about foundational Black Americans. I can't blame the younger generation, but some of the older, it's so phony. It is so phony to try to talk against Black Americans delineating when there has been more than enough opportunity for Black Africans to reach out to foundational Black Americans. This is absolutely phony. Over here in the West, the Caribbean and America, there has been Pan-Africanism heavy, and Africans never responded. To be honest, Africans' only connection to the West was to come and make money. It had nothing to do with any type of dealing with Black people in the West at all. It was just for money based off of the failures of the African countries. Africans are in America because Africa is a failing continent. Okay? Let's just keep it where it's at. All right? Let's just keep it where it's at. And for me, it's irritating because sometimes I see, I have brothers come to me and try to push that African stuff to me, how I should be trying to unite with Africa with something I was doing before they was born. Oh, before they was born, there has been more than enough effort to unite with Africa. Something I started doing at 20 years old. And Africa never responded. It was a total waste of time. Okay? It's a total waste of time. Okay? Total. It was a total waste of time. If you want to question yourself, you got to tell me your age so I can see if I should waste my time responding. You might not be old enough for me to waste my time. Okay? Because I don't want to be talking about something and you act like you don't understand, but you wasn't even born yet. Okay? I'm 67, going on 68. I started dealing with Pan-Africanism in 1978. All right? So I know what I'm talking about. Black Americans trying to identify with Africa is a total waste of time because, for one, there's no such place as Africa. And the Africans are not united. So what are we supposed to do? Take time to try to unite with the Ghanaians first, then try to unite with the Nigerians, then try to unite with the Ethiopians? Let's talk about this in real time. How can we unite with a divided Africa that's not united? So we're going to cut with the foolishness. Pan-Africans are some of the phoniest people in the world. They know that Africa is divided. They know that other nations run many countries in Africa. And they push this fake concept about an Africa that Africans don't control and about a Africa that is not united. The term Africa is a false term. Technically, when you just talk about the land, there's an Africa. When you talk about the people, there's no such thing as African people. There are Nigerians somewhat, but mostly there's tribes. There is no such thing as Ethiopians. You have Amhara, you have Aroma, you have Tigrayan. They are not Ethiopians. They are Oromo. They are Tigrayan. They are Amhara. And they go to war with each other. Okay? Okay? So we're not gonna be, we ain't doing no phony stuff over here. All right? Exhibit A. In 2025, Ethiopia faces a volatile situation with simmering tensions between the Ethiopian government and Eritrea and within the Tigray region, which is in both Ethiopia and Eritrea. These tensions are fueled by the aftermath of the Tigray War and unresolved issues related to Ethiopia's access to the sea and Eritrean mobilization. So there is no unity in Ethiopia. There is no unity between the country of Ethiopia and Eritrea. There is no unity between the Sudan and the next country. There is no unity between Nigeria and Ghana. So we're not going to do no fake things. So Africa has to get itself together. Meanwhile, you have foundational Black Americans. We are in the United States. No Africans came to save us. We have to make a decision. Do we save ourselves? Do we need to do what we need to do in America to get ourselves together, or should we dream about Africa? Because we're here. Do we have the means to move 50 million Black Americans to Africa? Are all Black Americans Africans? No. A lot of Black Americans have some African blood, but Black Americans are not all Africans. Okay? Blacks were here. Blacks was all over the world. Blacks were in Europe. Blacks were in Japan. Blacks were in China. Blacks were in Australia and are still there. Blacks were already in the Caribbean. They called us Indians. We never called ourselves Indians. Okay? I am Egyptian, Sioux, and other Black Native Americans. Okay? I'm a mixture. because once so much time went, men was just marrying the woman they like, and nobody was doing no checking nobody's ancestry. So when your great granddaddy fell in love with your great grandmama, neither one of them knew where they was from, and neither one of them knew their bloodline. All right, so we're gonna stop with the make believe that people knew where they were from in the 1800s, because they did not. All they know is he like her and she like him. They don't know their bloodlines. So these black and light-skinned Native Americans were sleeping with these African and Native American mixed. Remember, young people, when slavery is a business and you need hands to pick cotton, you don't care who you breed to pick that cotton. And if the sun is hot and people with the white skin can't take the heat, then you're going to make these brown and black people breed and pick that cotton. And you don't care who picks that cotton. And if you got some black indigenous women and you got some Mandingo black Africans and you need babies and they're in slavery, you're going to have those studs force them to have sex with them women, to have them babies, to pick that cotton. Many times the problem when we talk about heritage is you don't understand that in America, it was all about having hands to pick that cotton. And the reason whites didn't pick that cotton because they would get burnt and wouldn't be any good. They had to get people that could be in the sun and wouldn't get skin cancer and wouldn't get burnt. So if you were red, brown, beige, any color, a colored person, then you was all breeded together to have babies to pick that cotton. And when you put the business side on it, then you'll stop with the foolishness. Because they don't give a damn what your lineage is. Just pick that cotton. So I don't want to hear you a Native American, you African. I don't want to hear all that. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. A man was forced to sleep with any woman and get them pregnant. You know history. You know slavery. And anybody tell you they're a Native American is a fool. There's only certain people that's Native Americans that was able to stay separate. If you was able to stay separate as a tribe, you would be able to keep your bloodline. But if you think you're a Native American like me, and my great-great-grandmama is a Sioux, if you think that my great-grandmama is a Sioux, and you think she was in Alabama, and there wasn't no blacks going up in her and going up in her mama, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. You're crazy. You're living delusional. There's no rules when you need hands to pick that cotton. Young black people, listen to me. Don't listen to nobody else. Slavery was mostly about picking cotton. And when people need to breed people to pick the cotton, they're not going to be picky about who they breed to pick the cotton. Okay? That is my great-grandmother, my mother's mother, she is Sioux. You'll say, well, if your great-grandmother is Sioux, then you're not African. Then I'll have to ask you a question. Who did she have babies by? Okay. Who is my mother's grandfather? Because this is my mother's grandmother. Who is my mother's grandfather? Was he Sioux? No. He was African or black native. But he was not what you call tribal, one of these tribal groups. He was of African descent. The man that got her pregnant and had my grandfather. Okay? On my father's side, this is my grandfather. He might as well be an African. What difference do it make? What difference do it make? Look at him. Can you distinguish him back then from an African? Hell no. Who the hell knows? And what difference does it make? So if my mother and father, my mother got all this different blood and my father got different blood and they get together and have me and my sister, are we anything particular? No. Therefore, we are now what? Foundational Black Americans. Why? Because we're a mixture. Born and raised in America. Our ties are not serious when it comes to Africa. Right? We understand Africa. We understand we got bloodline from Africa spread within us, but we've been here too long to be Africans. You can't be in this country 400, 500, 600, 700 years and be Africans no more. It doesn't work like that. You cannot be in the United States mixing blood between all different types of brown people for 500, 600, 700 years and be Africans. We have some connection, but we are foundational Black Americans. If your family was African, how long ago was that? And how long can you be an African? And can you prove that everybody in your family that had sex is an African? Because there was people over here that was Moors. Right? So you say, well, what if we was a Moor? Okay, what kind of Moor? Let's break it down. Let's say you're a Moor. Let's say you go to Europe. Let's say you have a baby in Europe. Let's say that baby grows up and sails to America. That's a baby born in Europe that comes to America. Now say that Moor comes to America, have a baby by some brown Native American. That baby technically ain't no Moor. That baby is a new being. You can't just say something after you keep interchanging. I know Moors right now that got children. They cannot trace the bloodline of themselves and their baby's mama. So in other words, whatever I am, once I had a baby by a woman, that baby ain't even me no more. That baby is all the different bloodlines in the mama and all the different bloodlines in me. So if that baby is born in America, that baby is a foundational Black American. You cannot trace that baby back to one of them specks of blood on my side of the family or on the mother's side of the family. Come on, stop. Okay? My two oldest sons, their mother was El Negro, was a Hispanic Black. So they a mixture of all my bloodline and their mama bloodline with some Mexican and stuff. They foundational Black Americans. They not Africans. So when I talk about myself as ancient Egyptian, I'm talking ancient. But I'm not talking basically socially. Okay? Socially, I am a foundational Black American. I was born in America in 1958. My mother and father was born in the 1930s. My great-grandmother was born 7 years after slavery ended. She was born in 1876 and had my grandfather, and my grandfather had my mother. There was no tie to Africa at this point, especially when there is no Africa. As a young brother, I was taught Pan-Africanism. But when I was taught Pan-Africanism, we only had encyclopedias, but we got the internet now. And now I know there's no such place as Africa. Because, okay, Algeria would be Africa, and them is Arabs and Turks. Egypt would be Africa. Those is Arabs. Are they African? Do Africans run Egypt? Well, Egypt is in Africa. But Egypt is not African. Egypt is Arabic. As a matter of fact, the whole top of Africa is foreign. Libya, Gaddafi was not an African. He was a descendant of invaders. All right? So we're going to get it kicked off. We're going to kick this off. Now, Vic Mensa. Somebody hit me up and said, Vic Mensa, Pharaoh, were telling us we Africans. All right. Now, that's the homeboy, right? Always remember, if you want to diss somebody, if you want to come down on somebody, you got to go by the cheat code, okay? I'm the only one going to keep it a billion with you. If they from your area, you cut them a pass, okay? All right? So let's say I'm dissing somebody from Pittsburgh and you from Pittsburgh and you defend them and you say, that's my homeboy from Pittsburgh. I'm going to be like, cool. Right? All right? Okay? You always give your home people a little pass, even if they get on your nerves. Right? We making new rules. Yeah, we cheating. Right? We making new rules. So I'm not going to dog the homeboy, Vic, because that's my homeboy. Okay? I'm just going to drop some knowledge so that if he see it, he can learn. All right? Because that's the homie. Now, if he was somewhere else, I might dog him. At least I'm honest. At least I'm honest. But if I dog him and it's people I really deal with in my chat, and you tell me that's your homeboy, I would turn it down because that's the rules. You're not going to go get your home team, and the real general going to respect that. That's respect. That's your homie. I feel you. Right? Now, I'm talking about this because this was already an issue. I was following Vic, and I watched a video from Vic, and I didn't like it because Vic was pushing against FBA and trying to say we African. So I unfollowed him. I'm not following Vic right now, which is what I tell a lot of people in my chat. If I get on your nerve, if you don't like me every time you come, unfollow me like a G. Okay? Don't follow me and I get on your nerve. Make your life easy. Because if you get on my nerve, I'm going to drop you like a hot potato. So we're going to keep it a billion. If I get on your nerve, don't get on here argue with me. Unsubscribe like a G. And so I unfollowed Vic because he was getting on my goddamn nerves. Right? He was getting on my nerves. Now, Vic has got a lot going on with him. Okay? Vic, daddy is a Ghanaian and his mama's white. So Vic is not a foundational Black American at all. He's European and Ghanaian. So he really has no ties to foundational Black Americans. And so when we start talking about delineating and everything, that is a lot for him to handle as a young man growing up in Chicago, always riding with us. Because in this racist society, by him being half and half, he got to ride with the Black folks because, we don't care. He's just a light-skinned dude. So we going to fuck with him. Whites ain't going to really deal with him unless he white. Not all the way, but mostly. So he belonged to us by default. But he's really not. He's not us. And in Africa, he's not considered African. He said himself he was in the country and he wanted to go out at night. And they said, no, maybe we should stay. He said, no, I'm finna go. And then he said, the African told him, it's not safe for white people to walk around out here at night. He said, white people, because in Africa, he's a white man. He's a white man. He's a white man in Africa. He not no African. So it's crazy for him to try to make me be an African when he not an African. Bro, you not African. Your daddy Ghanaian, but your daddy had you by a white lady. I'm just saying. So I unfollowed him. Vic, if you watch, I unfollow you because you was getting on my last nerve because we want reparations. We FBA. You're not FBA. Out of all due respect, homeboy, stay out of FBA business. Okay, because you're not getting no money. Okay, Vic. Vic, you're not getting any reparations. So you look like you hate it. You look like you hate it, homie. You look like you hate it. You ain't getting no check. So you want me to be an African when I'm trying to get a bag for the picking the cotton. I'm trying to get this bag for my relatives. See, this ain't your mom, your grandmama and your granddaddy. This not your granddaddy. Both of my granddaddies is Black. One of your granddaddies is white and the other one is African. You have no ties. Vic has no ties to the United States. So to me, he filed for speaking on reparations, period. And he filed for trying to get us to be Africans. Bro, we don't want to be Africans. Period. We have no advantage of being Africans. And we don't even know which African we would be. Which African? Ghanaian? Nigerian? So, brothers, Pan-Africanism was made up at a time by us when we didn't have all the information. I used to be a Pan-African, but I didn't know no better. I didn't have access to the knowledge I got now. With the knowledge I got now, I don't see Africa like I seen Africa back here. I thought it was Africa. Now I know there is no Africa. No such place as Africa. Now I know there is no Africans. It's tribes. They're not united. So I can't go nowhere like I'm going to no united people. I'm going to some divided people that don't even like each other. Why would Black Americans move in a continent with people that don't like each other? And why would we leave everything we built? Vic, your family didn't build nothing here. Nothing in Chicago, nothing in Alabama, nothing in LA, New York, name it. We built all this. Vic, with all due respect, you got no blood in the soil. You white and Ghanaian. So yeah, you'll leave here and want us to worship Africa, but we got blood in the soil, bro. You talking crazy. My granddaddy and my great-granddaddy and my great-great-granddaddy got blood in the soil. This is mine. Yeah, Chicago is mine. Founded by Dusable, a black man. That was Haitian and white. Because Dusable's daddy was from France and he had him by a white woman. Then he took Dusable back to France. And when the boy got old enough, he sailed and he came down to the Gulf of Mexico and up the Mississippi River. And then he married a Native American woman. And then he came across and he found Chicago, the place of bad smell, because the lake had all those fish. Right? And then it became a trading post. And then more and more and more and more black people came. And then after so many black people came, it caught on fire. Mrs. O'Leary cow kicked over something and burned down all our stuff. And then white people ended up with it all. And we had to start all over again. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That whole, if black people founded it, when did it turn white? After the Chicago fire, burnt us out and said a cow did it. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. That fire wasn't no accident. That was a fire to replace the black people that settled there. And for whites to take it. That's my story. So Vic, he my homeboy, but he bogus right now. Because anytime you blocking and you ain't standing for foundational Black Americans to get reparations, and if we got it, you couldn't get none, then that looks suspicious. Because you got to understand, 99% of the people that's against reparations wouldn't get it. People like Dr. Umar, people like that. The only reason Lord Jamar stand up for it, because half his family foundational Black America. But if his whole family was foreigners like that, he wouldn't stand up for it either. Nobody gonna stand up for reparations that ain't gonna get a check. That's fine. But they need to get out of our business and mind their own business. And so for Vic to try to sell me Africa, he out of order. He fouled. Because we don't want Africa. We don't want Africa. We've already counted Africa out. So some brothers would say, bro, we need to unite with Africa. Let me ask you a simple question. If there's 50 million black Americans and there's a billion black Africans, which one should be reaching out to unite? The 50 million should be reaching out to the billion, or should the billion be reaching out to the 50 million? Put it in the chat. Who's supposed to be the most aggressive about unity? And how are Africans going to be aggressive about unity in Africa when Africans don't run Africa and they running from Africa to come to America to make money? I just seen an African say, I'm not coming here to be friends, no, I'm coming to take. That's what she said. She said, I'm coming to America to take. And that's why Foundation Black America said, don't go to, and she was braiding hair. And that's like, okay, we're not doing no more African braiders. We already trying to get rid of the Koreans. We're going to have to boycott African businesses. I'm going to have to stop going to the Ethiopian restaurant because I don't want to be giving my money. It's bad enough I got to spend money in a white country where people don't like me, but I have to. But I don't have to spend no money with the other blacks. You don't own nothing. You ain't got enough. We could do without your shit. And so if there's not more support from the diaspora, black immigrants will have to leave here because they will lose the black dollar and they will lose the white support because white America is going to dump you when they find out that you don't like black Americans. See, most blacks think that if white Americans don't like us and you come and don't like us, that they will like you. It doesn't work like that. Nobody likes a rat and nobody likes a traitor. So if you're a black person and you come here and you go against the black people, white people look at you like, how could they trust you? White people going to stick together and they going to only respect those that stick together. So when they see you black and you don't stick together with other blacks, they gonna look at you from their point of view like, we wouldn't have let you be in our race. You can't come in and be no Irishman, white Irishman, and go against white people. So they're not going to like you. You see them white South Africans that Trump brought over? They cannot come here and go against whites. Period. They got to get in where they fit in. They got to stand with the whites. And see, a man, even if he don't like you, nobody likes a rat. And so right now, especially the brothers in Africa, they got to work to do something about their rat infestation. They got to tell their people it's a bad look. You're going to lose all your tourism. Black Americans ain't going. If the Africans don't get themselves together, there will be no Black Americans going to Africa within 24 months. They're going to lose all their tourism. Right now, Black Americans are fleeing Ghana by the hundreds a week. Black Americans are leaving Ghana. Leaving. They don't want to be there. Black Americans already ain't going to Nigeria. We ain't really going to them other countries. Ghana was the first experiment that failed. Black Americans leaving Ghana. Look, this was 6 days ago. Why did the diaspora leave Ghana after just 2 years? Ghana didn't work out for the Black American. Here's why. There it is right there. Go watch the sister's video. Ivy Prosper. Go watch Ivy Prosper. She don't know what she's talking about, but she's saying something. She can't tell the truth. She can't tell the truth. The truth is that Africans are not Africans. Those are Ghanaians. And you go in there thinking as an African, but they're not African, they're Ghanaian. And this is a teaching come back from my generation back. We thought it was Africa. There's no such place as Africa. It's only tribes. They're not even Ghanaians. They are whatever tribe they are. So you're going back thinking you're going to Africa, but you're really not going to Africa. You're going to Ghana, a land full of tribes. So you're not going to get no African love because they're tribal. So when you go, you're just another tribe. They're not going to, they don't even look at themselves as the same people. What make you think Africans in Africa are going to look at you as them when they don't look at other Africans as them? They don't look at each other as the same. They don't. They don't. This is all false information. Look, this is just Nigeria. This is just Nigeria. 103 tribes. Look, y'all, this is just one country. Do you understand what I'm telling y'all? This is just one country. They are not Nigerians. They're not Nigerians. You go there thinking them Nigerians. Those are not Nigerians. Those are these tribes. They're not one people. They have different regions with different leaders that don't even like the president. South Africa, Black Americans should never go to South Africa. Black Americans should never go to Africa at all, not to live. Black Americans should be trying to go live over there. Black Americans should be working to get something here. South Africa is the same way. South Africa is a multicultural nation with numerous ethnic groups and tribes. The major indigenous African groups include the Guni, Zulu, Xhosa, Mbembe, Swazi, Soto, Songa, and Venda. That's not to even mention all the whites there, all the Indians there. Look at the bottom, Afrikaners, Indian, Asian, and those of mixed color. So you're going into a whole bunch of confusion. You're going to go to Africa. You're going to go to Africa. You're going to get a house. You're going to want to get an air conditioner or water pump or something. You're going to go to get it, and you're going to go to a big place to sell stuff, and they're going to be all from India or Asia. So imagine you going to Africa to get back with black people, but when you want to fix up your house, you got to buy it from Indians. You got to buy it from Asians. You can't even buy it from Africans. Africans don't even control that. Okay? If you think I'm lying, go watch a video of Africa and watch them riding their motorcycles and see it where their motorcycles is from. They're going to be Kawasaki, Suzuki. They ain't going to be riding no African motorcycle. Foreigners control Africa. Africa has no Air Force. Africa has no Navy. They have no self-defense. It's a whole bunch of tribes. But see, Black Americans, you don't know how big Africa is. So that's why you shouldn't go to Africa, because you don't understand where you're going. You're thinking it's a small place. If you know how big it is, you would know it's a whole bunch of different people. It's huge. It's not like saying a bunch of different people in the United States. No, it's not like that. It's huge. They don't live close together, so they can't be the same. If you're in South Nigeria, you don't know nothing about North Nigeria like that unless you be lucky enough to have a family member. But other than that, that's like going on a vacation to another country. When you go in a country in Africa, when you go from one side to another, that's like a vacation. You went to another place. You ain't in the same place. See, Black Americans don't understand that. You're talking about a big, big, big place. How do you expect unity from a place that big? They're not even close enough to speak like the same dialect. You live way over there. So we don't understand. But the problem is with the Africans. I don't know what's wrong with them. But I do know they bring that tribal mentality over here, but it's not smart, it seemed to me. If they was going to come over here, they would individually build a new philosophy. Because now it's smaller over here. So it makes no sense to me that Africans would get online hating on Black Americans and putting themselves in a more dangerous situation. Because Black Americans going to Africa, if we ain't no Africans, they ain't going to be in that much danger, because what Africa is big. But Africans coming here, it's more social media here. So Black Americans going to know more about what's going on social media than Africans. So what you do on social media could be devastating over here. It really just don't make no sense to me. If I could talk to Black Africans and stuff, I'd be like, y'all fucking up. Y'all fucking up the bag. Y'all putting y'all kids in danger. Y'all kids gonna get beat the fuck up out here. Where they gonna go? What gonna happen when a Black American woman on the internet and she watched some African talking sleazy, and then the mama started talking to her baby daddy, but the kids is there listening to it. So now the kids is picking up mom and daddy don't like y'all. Now the kids go outside and see some young Africans. Mom and daddy don't like them. Bam. Problems. I don't know what's wrong with them. All of this I put on Africa, but they're not unified. But it's a lot of y'all. Just based on it's called the motherland, you need to act more mature to the diaspora. For them to have disdain for the diaspora, it's just sad. It really is. And so Vic is going through things. I just watched him, and he was like, when he'd been growing up, he was like, always wondered why he couldn't just be Black or why he just couldn't be white. So I watched him, and he's telling all the things he's going through. So Vic going through something because his mother's white, and his daddy's Ghanaian. So he don't get no respect with the blacks or with the whites, right? So he going through things. So he's trying to push the foundational Black Americans that we Africans, but he not really an African. So he's kind of confused. That's what I think psychologically. I hope he watched this. Vic is going through identity crisis. But what I would tell Vic is, while you're going through identity crisis, you shouldn't be speaking on FBA and reparations, because you don't get reparations and you're having issues yourself. You're having issues. Because he said when he was in Africa, he wanted to take a walk, and the black brother over there told him, no, that's not. And he said, yeah, but I want to go over there. The brother said, no, let's not. And he said, I kept saying I want to go, and finally the brother said, it's not safe for white people to walk around out here. Vic, like, white people, right? But the African brother looked at him as white people. The Africans ain't going to look at him as no African. They ain't going to look at me as no African. So how you high yellow, right? You was not going to be no African. Not really. And they say, well, it's light-skinned people over in East Africa. Yeah, but they tribal. They don't care because you light either. If you ain't no doggone, boy, if you ain't whatever they is, come on. You are foreign. So I'm just, I don't know. He don't got nobody. See, this is the thing. See, young people, listen to me. When you run into somebody that's life that's always trying to tell you something, you need to stay around them. When you meet people in your life, young people, listen to me. When you meet people in your life that think they telling you good, and they always keep trying to tell you good, you need to stick with them, because that's all you're going to get, because most people ain't going to tell you shit. So you're really fortunate. So see, Vic is a perfect example. He need to be around somebody like me. I would have stopped him from doing any of that. I would have been like, look, bro, you half white, half African. Don't speak on reparations. Don't speak on FBA. Don't. You cannot win. People going to look at you crazy. See, nobody going to respect him. He's losing bad. But he ain't had nobody to tell him. Let me tell you something. And this for Black Americans too. Do not get on social media and speak against FBA or reparations. If you don't like reparations or FBA, keep that to yourself. Because going against that is really going to cost you right now. I know you young people, you understand. FBA and reparations is not no little thing, and it's going to grow. It's not going to get smaller. It's going to get bigger. And if you're known for going against FBA, you're going to be finished. Nobody's going to fuck with you. If you got a business and FBA find out, they're going to boycott your fucking business. You ain't going to make a fucking dime. Anything you touch, they're going to trash it, because you're seeing something that you've never seen before. I've seen these type of things before because I'm 67 going on 68. So I've seen this before. So this is something not going away. Black Americans in 10 years from now are going to be called foundational Black Americans. That's what they're going to be called. Now, if you wasn't here to see When we went from colored to Negro to black, you don't know what I'm talking about. You would have had to been here. You would have had to been here. Because also don't listen to nobody say, don't call ourselves Black American. Listen, Black and Black American is the same thing used in two different situations. We Black. Black American is our news name. In other words, when the news want to describe us, they describe us as Black American. So that's why we put foundational in front of it, because that was our description as Black Americans. We were called Black Americans because America's a land of immigrants, and those immigrants were still being spoke about separately. So in the 60s and the 70s, when the news media used to talk about ethnic groups and groups, they would say Chinese American, right? Irish American, Italian American, and they had to call us something. So they called us, because they didn't know what country we from because of slavery, then they called us Black American. So Black American comes from the group Irish American, Chinese American, Greek American, Italian American, and then the news media said, okay, well, they'll be Black American. We didn't make that name up. That's our news name when they reporting stuff in the news and documentaries. That was a title made up to go along with Irish American, Chinese American, Italian American. These was big words in the 60s and the 70s. They didn't just call them Italians. They called them Italian Americans. They didn't just call them Irish. They called them Irish Americans, which meant you're from Ireland, but you're an American citizen. So we are Black, and we are American citizens. American is your citizenship. Black American. So you got Moors say that we shouldn't have called ourselves Black. But these is dumb Moors and baby Moors, because Black is a big step up from Negro. If you had to pick between being a Negro and being Black, which one would you pick? Plus, you talk about my generation, and I'm Black. Okay? Moors is Black. They just don't want to admit it. But in society, if you a dark brother, I don't give a damn if you got affairs on or not. They gonna describe you as a Black man. What you trying to say, Noble Drew Ali said, ain't got nothing to do with in the world. Your ass is Black in 2025. That's all you Moors. You don't got to call yourself Black, but everybody else call your Black ass Black, nigga. Okay? Everybody else call you Black. So I don't know why the Moors don't want me to use the word Black, but the whole world call you Black. You Black in the world. Yeah, you Black. I don't know what the Moors is some lames, because they waste a lot of time with nonsense that don't bring no real knowledge to the people. They constantly try to show us some scam how to get property instead of going and get the goddamn property. Bro, use your scam and go get the property and call me when you got the property. Okay? Go get your sovereignty. Build your sovereign Moorish area, and then we'll come to it. Because the Moors always talking sovereignty, and they ain't never got no sovereignty. Them niggas is still Black Americans. Where's your sovereign shit at? They barely got a temple or anything. Where's the Moor spot? It ain't one. In Chicago, we ain't had a Moorish spot since they locked up Chief Malik, almighty to the Blackstone. Since the Blackstone Rangers is the last Moors that did any goddamn thing in Chicago. The other Moors, as a matter of fact, the Blackstone was stepping on the other Moors' neck. You know what I'm saying? Punking their ass. Who from Chicago know what I'm talking about? Chief Malik, better known as Jeff Ford, and the Blackstone Rangers was punking the other Moors. That's for real. Them Moors never said nothing to the Moes, because the Blackstones was called Moes. They ain't called Moors, but they say Mo. What up, Mo? And they run Chicago. The other Moors don't run shit, but they mouth. The other Moors is busters. They don't run nothing. I don't know when they're going to, that Moors and the nation gods of earth, they either need to unite or they need to close down their movements, because their movements ain't never went nowhere. You know what I'm saying? The nation of gods of earth fail and the Moors fail. They need to close. They need to have a going out of business sale. That shit ain't never caught on. Let it go. It ain't never gonna catch on. It's over with. Y'all ever watch video of the nation gods earth? There'll be 8 niggas there. You know what I'm saying? It'd be 8 people. You know what I'm saying? You got Lord Jamar. He said the earth is flat with a crescent on his hat. That's the moon showing the reflection of the earth. That's how stupid Lord Jamar is. He said the earth is flat, but he wear a moon and star. And the only reason the moon is a crescent because the earth is blocking the sun, and that's what's making the crescent. So I would ask him, okay, well, what if the moon, we see the moon when it's full, Lord Jamar, why sometimes it be a crescent? What's making that shadow? What's making that round shadow on the moon? See, I could have beat him in a debate in 90 seconds. 90, once I said that, debate over. He got to pay me. You lost already, bro. You lost. He lost. If the earth is flat, why is it making a round circle on the moon? And why you got that a part of your moon and star? You wearing the shadow of a round earth, dumbass. He'll be like, no, that's just shooting from the sideways. He'll say, no, it's shooting sideways. It's flat, but that's the sun shining on it sideways. That's probably what he'll try to say, some slick shit. Chicago never jacked what? The Moors, the Moles, the Blackstones. Chicago is not black conscious. Chicago's not a black conscious city. We got a lot of black conscious people, but Chicago is a business city. Go get money. So Chicago's about business, black business. And then after business, Chicago's about gangs. Gangs. We about gangs. We join gangs in Chicago. In Chicago, you proud because you BD. You proud because you GD. You proud because you're a four-corner hustler, or you're a traveling vice lord, or you're an insane vice lord. In Chicago, you're a Blackstone. You're a four-corner hustler. That's what we join, gangs. We have a gang culture. Because we at war with the beast, and the beast be throwing the black man in prison and in jail. So we have to build something to defend ourselves in jail and in prison. So they don't tell you that. The Nation of Islam, the Nation of Islam is like a church though, but the Nation of Islam is small. The Nation of Islam small. You got the Nation of Islam, but how many Baptist churches you got? See what I'm saying? You only got one Nation of Islam building. How many Baptist churches we got in Chicago? See what I'm saying? So when you talk about religion, black folks in Chicago is Baptists, Methodists. They Christians. They ain't Muslims. Black folks in Chicago ain't Muslims. Black folks in Chicago Christians. If they're in a religion. The Nation of Islam small. Yeah, the Nation of Islam small. You just think it's big because they all go into one spot. Yeah, Nation of Islam ain't nothing like that. They small. You just think they big because all the Muslims got to go to one spot. The Christians got a lot of churches. Feel me? You know I got receipts. Let's do it. I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie. The biggest black church in Chicago is Trinity United Church of Christ. It's a predominantly African American mega church with more than 8,500 members. The church is located in the Washington Heights community on the south side of Chicago. It is affiliated with the United Church of Christ and predominantly white domination. So yeah, Trinity is one of the biggest ones. You feel me? Yeah, black Americans is Christians, Baptists mostly, some Methodists. Now, Islam's only big if you don't live here. If you don't live here, you think it's big. So if it's big, you think the Nation of Islam big if you don't live here. That's people outside don't live here. If you live here, you already know. That little building they got, you know what kind of churches we got here? They're not big as like Reverend Meeks and all of them. You know what I'm saying? They're not big like that. That's just outsiders. You know what I'm saying? That's why Farrakhan be going to all the churches and speak. He always speaking at their stuff. They're not big like that. That's make-believe. That's just if you're on the outside. One church in Chicago is bigger than their whole thing. This Salem right here. This Salem. This just Salem Baptist Church. This just one. You know how many churches in Chicago like this on Sunday? This just one. The Nation of Islam just got that one building. You know how many buildings we got here like that? You couldn't get all the black Christians in that building over there on Stony Island. You know I'm going to give y'all the real. Now, Christianity run this city as far as religion. Black Americans don't really mess with Islam like that because they're related to Muslims, to Arabs. You know what I'm saying? They don't relate that to black people. They relate Islam to like Bin Laden and shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't know much. So black Americans, black Americans love Jesus. Oh my soul. Look, black Americans love Jesus. A lot of them got a black Jesus too. They don't mess with Allah. You're not going to be able to get black Americans to pray 5 times a day. So right there, it's a wrap. Like you'll never get me to pray no 5 times a day. It's not going to happen. We want to go Sunday, pray to God, and go on about our life. We don't want to deal with God every day. We deal with God on Sunday. Other than that, we pray right before we eat, and we pray before we go to bed. A short prayer, sometime. But as far as fanatical religion, where you praying 5 times a day, that's not going to happen. We're not doing that. Too fanatical. Everybody got to go to work. What you going to do? I'm supposed to pray at work all day? You want me to go work and pray all day? Oh, we definitely ain't dressing like that. We ain't wearing that shit. I don't want my queen with that shit on, looking like a weirdo. I don't want my lady with that looking like a slave all wrapped up and stuff. That look like slavery to us. That look like to us, that look like male chauvinism, where the men faces all out and they free and the women look like they under bondage. A lot of us, we don't respect that. It looked like a slave culture. It looked like a discriminatory culture where the women got to do more than the men. Islam. Islam is a discriminatory, anti-woman, misogynist religion where you have the women under bondage, but the men is still some hoes, still out sleeping with everybody, still doing whatever. So he could lock her down while he running around like a whore. But keep her locked up, wrapped up, and all. She got to be up. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody want their daughter like that. See what I'm saying? What you think I'm going to do? Do I think both religions will unite on code? No, reparations is not no group thing. It's an individual thing. Reparations got nothing to do with a group. Reparations got nothing to do with a group. Reparations, individuals pushing for reparations, not a group. So if a lot of black Americans push for reparations, then when you go to church, some people in the church going to be what? Pushing for reparations. But they ain't pushing for it through the church. They pushing for it on it through themselves. You're supposed to already be for reparations Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You ain't supposed to be for reparations on Sunday. Church ain't got shit to do with reparations. You know what I'm saying? Reparations is an individual thing. That's why so many brothers, that's a good question though. That's why so many black men ain't able to stand on it. Because the black man think everything got to be a group thing, but he won't really push individuals standing on nothing. But see, what you understand, a bunch of weak individuals can't make a strong group. That's like making a chain to lock your bike up, but 5 of the links is weak and rusted out. And then the other is real strong. You lock it and somebody just snatches, still going with your bike. And so in the black community, these weak links is the problem. The chain can't never be strong. You understand? And so this brother Vic, you know what I'm saying, Paul's with the outfit. You know what I'm saying? See the outfit and all this here? See, this is where we got a problem. That's my brother and everything, but I'm saying, bro, you can't be teeter-tottering. You know what I'm saying? You can't be teeter-tottering with no positivity. You know, that's my problem with Vic. You know what I'm saying? He teeter-tottering too much. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, if you standing on some knowledge, stand on some knowledge. But you can't be going back and forth. And that's why a lot of time these performers and stuff, we don't want them speaking on, we don't want them pretending they standing on something. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's my bro, he's a homeboy. And a lot of my associates mess with him. So I ain't trying to trash him or nothing. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, he ain't nobody, you know, we ain't want our sons listening to you. With all due respect. You know what I'm saying? Why would I want my sons listening to you? Let's keep it real. You know, get yourself together before you try to speak on reparations and things like that when you don't even really got your own imagery right. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even really standing on nothing. You pushing this to our sons and shit. You know what I'm saying? And how you gonna be speaking on reparations? You tell my son to come outside like that. Like, make your mind up, bro. Is you on some weirdo stuff or is you standing on some goddamn business? But you can't be on all this weirdo shit and then try to come back and be intelligent and try to talk some positive shit and then go back and be a fucking weirdo. Which one you gonna do, bro? If you're gonna do this, that's fine. But then shut the fuck up. Don't be talking about nothing serious. Because this ain't serious. This is a sellout. For these clothes designs and stuff, you'll do anything for $1. So why would we listen to you? You feel me? I'm not finna listen to this. It's bad enough. I'm still trying to support you as Chicago, but you making Chicago look, what is this? This is not the image of a Chicago black man. So now when you say your daddy not is a Ghanaian and your mama's white, this look like your mama's white. He say he from the South Side, but he ain't really, his mama white and his daddy from Africa. He just live on the South Side. He ain't from the South Side. He not from the South Side. I'm from the South Side. He from Africa and Europe. He's from immigrants that can't claim Chicago. If his mama's white and his daddy's African, he cannot claim land in the U.S. My mom and daddy from Alabama, they came up here and they can claim this. He can't. He not one of us. He's an immigrant baby and a mixed immigrant baby. It's one thing if his mom and daddy both from Ghana, he not. But imagine your daddy from Ghana and your mama white. Really, you shouldn't be speaking on black Americans. Like, really, he shouldn't be speaking on us. I'm going to be honest. I got love for the bro. Don't get me wrong. I'm not prejudiced or nothing. He caused this. Okay? He should not be speaking on anything concerning black, foundational black Americans with black American parents. He is not a foundational black American. He is not an African. He is not a European. He's a mixed person, which is cool. But he needs to speak on mixed people shit. He cannot tell me to go back to Africa. He not from Africa. His mama not African. Here's what I'm saying. So it's like he trying to find himself, but he mixing us up all in his shit while he trying to find himself. He need to shut up and find himself. He needs to shut up and find himself first because he's all mixed up and confused. He said it. He said he always wondered why he couldn't just be white or why he just couldn't be black. All right. If you feel away because you couldn't be white and you couldn't be black. Why is you speaking on reparations and FBA? Because FBA excludes him. And he don't want to be excluded. That's what a lot of Africans and brothers from the Caribbean, these are people that don't like us, that try to pretend they was us, that used everything we got for them to get somewhere in America. Never wanted to claim us until we exclude them. Now when we exclude them, now they got a problem because they was using us for the imagery to get in, and they was black when it was convenient and African or Caribbean when it's not. Users. And now they mad because you not, and we want you to stay not, and we don't want you to jump back over here and jump back over there. This is why they upset, right? So I got a lot of love for him because I'm Pan-African too. So reparations and delineating is a tricky thing for me. I'm one of the few people that's trying to push that in a neutral way that makes sense, right? So I'm not really trying to trash Africans like that. I'm just trying to say delineating for the sake of our reparations, right? And so my thing with Africans is this: is how could you be mad at us delineating when you're already delineated? You're already delineated. You're already Nigerian. You're already Ghanaian. You are already delineated. You are not us. So now when we say we're our own thing, how can somebody that's their own thing be mad because you your own thing? This just show you how people is wicked and be using you. Africans are their own thing. They ain't even Africans. How could Africans get mad about delineating when they're not even Africans? Ghanaians are delineated from Nigerians. Tell me I'm lying. So why you want us all to be black, but you Nigerian? You're not even African. You Ghanaian. You are in Africa delineated. Not only are you delineated by country, you're delineated by tribes. That's why Africans is phony speaking against delineation. You don't even unite based on tribes. They're not even united based on the country. They are not even Nigerians. Africans in Nigeria are not Nigerians. They just think you think they're not. They're not Nigerians. They're whatever their tribe is. They are delineated by tribes. Tell me I'm lying. Africans are delineated by tribes. How can they speak on FBA? Not to mention, where was they when we was over here getting beat and picking the cotton? Africans did not show up until we already won our battles. That's where the resentment come in. When you let my mama and daddy and my grandmama and granddaddy go through all this suffering, you wasn't nowhere around. I'm born in 1958. By the time we get to 1970, boom, we start getting some freedom and liberation, some jobs, some money. Here go Africans and Jamaicans popping up. Tell me that ain't no phony ass shit. After the smoke cleared, after they did all this to Rosa Parks, after they unalived Malcolm, after they unalived MLK, after all the freedom fighters were killed, chased out the country, and arrested and locked up, and after all the war, And after the victory in 1970, here come the other blacks. Here they come. Didn't come when we needed the help. Didn't come so we could ride on the front of the bus. Waited until you seen we was making some money. And this is why black immigrants are very suspicious, because their very arrival is like leeches. You arrived because you seen us getting some money and you wanted some of it. You arrived because you seen that we made it where black people could walk around. And then when you seen that we made it so black people could walk around, so black people could work in banks, so black people could work in insurance companies, then you came. And you never came and said, if it wasn't for y'all, I would not have this job. I would not work at a hospital. I would not be a nurse. I would not be a doctor. I would not be an architect. If it wasn't for the pain and the suffering of black Americans, I would not be able to ride on this bus. I would be not unable to ride on this train. I would be not able to get a cab. I would not be able to eat in this restaurant. That's the problem I got with black immigrants. They are sitting in restaurants that my relatives died for them to sit in. And I go to Africa and tell the whole fucking Africa, all to their fucking face, that you're coming to America and enjoying things that people died for. And you never showed up for the smoke. You never put your life on the line. You never even spoke up for us. And once we got that freedom, and my generation come, we talk about free Mandela. We still speaking up for your ass. We still talking about liberate the black people in South Africa. Black Americans have spoke up for Africans more than they've ever spoke up for us. We have whole black Pan-African movements. Jamaicans too. Jamaicans have stood up for Africa, and Africa has never stood up for Jamaicans. That's the biggest disgrace right there, is Africans' relationship with Jamaica. That's how you know Africans is fucked up. Because no matter what you think about Marcus Garvey put Africa on his back. Rasta, Bob Marley, and all that put Africa on their back. Jamaica put Africa on their back, dropped a whole music genre dedicated to Africa. And what the fuck have Africa done for them? Nothing. Africa sent back the Chinese going there, taking everything from Jamaicans. And where the Africans? Nowhere to be found. As a matter of fact, the early Africans that went to Ghana and shit, right, and went to Senegal and all them cities, the Africans was beefing with them. Y'all don't know the old history, but 10, 15 years ago, the Africans was mistreating the Jamaicans over there. And the Jamaicans came over and dropped their music, and then motherfuckers like Burna Boy stole their music and made that shit up he doing. But you know, motherfucking well, he stole that shit from the fucking Jamaicans. Afrobeat is thievery from Jamaica. Facts. Steal Jamaica's swag and change it. That's why Burna Boy out there with your dreadlocks and shit, doing some bootleg roster shit. Afrobeat is thievery from Jamaica. Yeah, it's watered down dance hall and reggae. That's what it is. Fake, stolen. What it is. When they infiltrated, the Africans infiltrated. When Jamaica took off, when reggae took off, and the reggae stations took over America, and all black Americans, everybody was over here listening to our black Jamaican brothers and sisters sing reggae. They went and infiltrated reggae. They infiltrated reggae. They started coming to the reggae station, playing King Sunny Ade and Fela, especially King Sunny Ade. And they used King Sunny Ade to infiltrate Rasta culture and reggae. So now, instead of me listening to reggae music, because you got whites there, and whites is running the reggae station, so the whites see that reggae is militant, so they want to water it down. They wanted to turn, so they start playing the African music, doing the reggae hour on the radio, 2 hours on Sunday when the reggae show come on. These white people, they want to start playing African shit because the reggae was too militant. Ask anybody who used to listen to Roger Stephens in L.A. for KCRW, the reggae beat radio show. Tell me they didn't start watering down playing African shit. Because I was complaining back then. I've been on point. It just wasn't on social media. And then the African music came in. The Africans kind of tried to get the money, tried to get the Jamaicans money. And now they didn't did it. Came in to steal their shine and steal their money. And they used the reggae radio stations to push that shit. With King Sunny Ade and Fela, especially Fela. King Sunny Ade, they pushed him. I gotta say, he didn't push him, they did. But Fela definitely jumped out there with his phony motherfucking ass. And got all on the reggae show. Man, go get you an African show. Why is you on reggae? This ain't reggae. And once they did it, everybody started doing it. The Calypso, the Punta, all these weirdos started coming with their weirdo music doing the reggae show. Yeah, Belize started pushing Punta. Who wanted the history? They started pushing Calypso, Soca, Punta on the reggae show. So instead of me sitting there getting a vibe, listen to this black conscious reggae, I got to hear this weirdo shit that ain't talking about shit. And it was right up white America's alley. Play some music, ain't talk about shit. Because Fela wasn't talking about shit. King Sunny Ade wasn't talking about shit. Calypso, Punta, and all that ain't talking about shit. So they washed the shit right down until they was able to get Shaba and Yellow Man. Boom. They found some know-nothing reggae. Then they started pushing the know-nothing reggae. And when they started pushing the know-nothing reggae, then that took over. And next thing you know, murder, she wrote, took over. And black consciousness, and black unity, and all that, gone. So now the bad boy and them getting out of the thing, switching around with them long shirts, see-through shiny shirts with the big mompy. A mompy is a big fat woman. So they got their big fat woman with all her jewelry and stuff on, and they all up in there, Batman, all the place and all them things there. So now that the Batman in the place, right, and the Batman is at the reggae shit, so now I got to pack heat to go to the reggae shit. When I used to just go to reggae shit on some conscious shit, but now it's Jamaicans want to play. They want to be bad boy, but that shit's a conflict of interest because, bitch, you in Chicago. That ain't going to work. You know what I'm saying? So now I got to be all dark and aggressive because some motherfucker think he could come to Chicago and wind up in Bomberclad Fiesta and all them things there. And I got to remind this nigga where you at. Nigga, this ain't Kingston. You know where the fuck you at? I'm at the thing with a big ass 357 or 45 or something at the fucking reggae club. With originally when I went to reggae, there was no guns, there was nothing. It was supposed to be positive. But these bot mind them want to come. Bot mind them want to come and all this shit fuck the whole music up. Turn the gunman music. Now you can't even go with your woman and enjoy yourself So now when I go to the damn reggae club, I gotta be a fucking gangster. Who the fuck want to be a gangster at the reggae show? You see what I'm saying? Who want to do that? Why I gotta go to reggae show now with a gun? And I'm supposed to off work. I've been hustling all day on gangster shit. I'm supposed to be able to go home, get off some gangster shit, and just chill. No, I gotta be in the club. I can't smile. Nothing. I gotta be a dummy. My face gotta, I gotta have, I wish a nigga would face. I gotta have a whole, I wish a nigga would. You know what I'm saying? Look at my vibe. Look how I'm all fucked up. My queen smiling. She trying to have a good time, but look at me. I'm not looking like I'm having no good time. I'm looking like I'm ready to pop a motherfucker. I look like I saying, bitch, play with me if you want to in this motherfucker. I'm going to send you back to Jamaica in a box. That's what I look like. Fuck the whole shit up. Look at my vibe. It's fucked up, ain't it? Because these dudes up in there, y'all want to, cha, rah, 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 rah. You know what I'm saying? I can't even go in here, man, and dance with my women and enjoy. I got to deal with these losers. Then they all got deported. They all got kicked out the country. I went to jail and got deported. How I'm a smile in there with killers, G-Rock. It was killers in there. Bruh, it was killers in there. Okay? It was killers in there. Mr. Sire will tell you. If you in there smiling, they're going to test you. See, a lot of y'all don't understand that shit about the black man. I could do a whole video on that. When the black man's negative and he see you having any good time, nah, we in the club. We in Club Dread. We in the club, G-Rock. This is a Jamaican club. This is a club, a reggae club. This a reggae club that I'm in with my queen. We had a club called Club Dread. It didn't close till 3 o'clock. So I was able to hustle all night, get off around 12:30, make my money, go get my queen, and still go get there about 1:30 and chill out for an hour and a half. You know what I'm saying? So I'm in here with a bunch of dark motherfuckers. It ain't like when I'm in there with the rosters. When I'm in there with the rosters, it's a whole different energy. I ain't in there with the rosters. I'm in there with Batman Jamaican and them. A bunch of bald-head Jamaicans, like the bald-head brothers took over. Rude Boy and them took over. Sucking up their teeth. Someone. You know what I'm saying? So when I go in there, I got to be like this. You know what I'm saying? When I go in there and they say, yeah, Ramesses, what going on? I'm like, yeah, everything cool, nigga. Yeah, everything cool. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be like, everything cool, big up yourself. But my vibe is like, everything kind of cool, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Everything cool if it stay cool. You know what I'm saying? My attitude is like, everything cool as so far. You know what I'm saying? Everything cool so far. You understand what I'm saying? I can't even enjoy myself. See, a lot of people don't understand what I'm saying. I can't be this other era. I can't be this era. Look at my face on this era. When Rasta was in control. Shout out to Bernard Spear. I think he just turned 70. See the difference? See my vibe? Why? Because Russell was standing on positivity. You know what I'm saying? These Russells back then, if Black Americans would have said we want reparations, they would have said, yeah, man, reparations, repatriation, and rehabilitation. They would have supported us 1,000,000,000%. Yeah, man, get a black man in America, our reparations, get a black man in our Jamaica, reparations, the black man in America, reparations, the black man in our Trinidad. That's what they would have said. They would have been with it. If you would have said we delineate and they say, yeah, man, the last days, every man must lay upon his own fig tree, they would have been with that. They would have showed you in the scripture where it said the last day, every man under his own fig tree. So it would be like, yeah, you're a Black American, stand on the thing there, man. And I still have brothers. That's what they would have said. They were saying it, and they were saying it loud, but it wasn't that many. There was no social media, Mr. Sire. There wasn't no, if we didn't have social media, it would be the same now as it was then. There was no social media for them to get on. The only reason things look so big now is because of social media. You take away social media, it's the same. The brethren was strong, but they didn't have nowhere. Back in those days, we didn't have nowhere to express. If we had social media back then, hey, Mr. Sire, if we had social media back then, tell them I'd be on live and it'd be like 10 rosters in here, wouldn't it? Coming out in the screen. Yeah, mom, because it'd be a whole bunch of rosters in here. If we had this back then, right? You know how many rosters would have looked in to this live? Man, listen. And see, Rasta wasn't argumentative. Rasta was always looking for a way to like link the thing up. You know what I'm saying? So Rastas back then, if they seen Black Americans want to get reparations, they would have figured out some type of way to work that into the philosophy. You know what I'm saying? They was cold with it. They would have been like, yeah, man. They would have immediately started calling for reparations for each place because they was intelligent. And they would have known America have to get them reparations from the white man in America. Jamaicans have to get them reparations from the white man in England. So I have to have separate reparations movement, because we get it from separate people. The brethren here have to get their reparations from the French, brother, my brethren, because we knew Black people was controlled by different white countries. So there never could have been no unified reparations movement because you might be under the British, you might be under the French. The Haitians will have to get reparations from the French. So it have to be separate reparations movement. The most unique reparations movement is the Black Americans because we're the only ones that got to get reparations from the white man that's right here in the land. All other Blacks have to get their reparations from white men that don't live there. The white men that control Africa is in Europe. The white men that control the Caribbean is in Europe. But the white man that control us is right here. So that's why our movement have to be different. That's why I said we can't have no global reparations because each one got to focus on each enslaver. The Haitians have to focus on the French. The Black Americans have to focus on Washington, D.C., right? And then when people say reparations for what? This is for what? Check this out and then we'll finish.
13 corporations that profited from slavery. So here we go. Number 1, J.P. Morgan Chase. Between 1831 and 1865, 2 predecessor banks, Citizens Bank and Canal Bank in Louisiana, accepted approximately 13,000 enslaved individuals as collateral on loans and took ownership of approximately 1,250 of them when the plantation owners defaulted on the loans. Number 2, New York Life, an insurance company, sold insurance policies on enslaved Africans. Number 3, Wachovia. 2 historical predecessors owned enslaved Africans and accepted them as payment. Number 4, N.M. Rothschild and Sons Bank in London. Nathan Mayer Rothschild, the banking family's 19th century patriarch, made personal gains by using enslaved Africans as collateral in dealings with a slave owner. I have a list of this, so if I stumble, it's because I have a lot of chicken scratch. Number 4, Norfolk Southern offered slaveholders $180. That's $3,379 today. This article was written in 2013. So that's $3,379 today a piece for enslaved Africans they would rent to the railroad for 1 year. The Central Georgia, another company aligned with Norfolk Southern Line today, valued slaves at $31,303. Today that would be $663,033. Did I say that right? Yes. $663,033. Hopefully that came out right. Sounds weird. Number 5, U.S. Today found that their parent company, E.W. Scripps and Gannett, had links to the slave trade. Number 6, Fleet Boston evolved from an early financial institution. Providence Bank founded John Brown, who was a slave trader and owned ships used to transport enslaved Africans. The bank financed Brown's slave voyages and profited from them. Brown even reportedly helped charter what became Brown University. Number 7, CSX used slave labor to construct portions of U.S. rail lines under the political and legal system that was in place more than a century ago. 2 enslaved Africans were John Henry and Reuben. The record states they were to be returned clothed when they arrived to work for the company. Number 8, Canadian National Railway Company. The Mobile and Ohio, now part of Canadian National, valued their slaves lost to the war and emancipation at $199,691 on record. That amount is currently worth $2.2 million. Whew. Number 9, Brown Brothers Harriman, the oldest and largest private investment bank, founded 1818, owned hundreds of enslaved Africans and financed the cotton economy by lending millions to Southern planters, merchants, and cotton brokers. Number 10, Brooks Brothers. high-end suit retailer, got their start selling slave clothes to various slave traders in the 1800s. They got their start by selling slave clothes. Number 11, Barclays. British multinational banking and financial services company headquartered in London has now conceded that companies brought over the years may have been involved in the slave trade. Number 12, Lehman Brothers. This business empire started in the slave trade. Quote from Joe Pelizzotto: "This is a sad part of our history or our heritage. We're deeply apologetic. It was a terrible thing. There's no one sitting in the United States in the year 2005, hopefully, who would ever in a million years defend the practice." 13, Aetna. Aetna? Aetna. U.S. largest health insurer, apologized for selling policies in the 1850s that reimbursed slave owners for financial losses when the enslaved Africans they owned died. Aetna has long acknowledged that for several years shortly after its founding in 1853, that the company may have insured the lives of slaves. A few other people or a few other corporations, companies that profited from slavery: Princeton, Harvard Law School, Tiffany & Co., Bank of America, Yale University, and Wells Fargo.
There you have it. Now you say they all deserve. The problem with that, with a Moor, is there's no such thing as a Moor. So that's why we can't unite with the Moor, because the Moor, I could be calling myself a Moor. A Moor is something you could just call yourself. But if you was under slavery, you wasn't no more, you was a slave. So how you gonna later get out of slavery? I start identifying yourself as a Moor and then get slavery as a Moor. When you was a slave, you wasn't no more. You was a slave. You wasn't allowed to have no religion. You wasn't allowed to even have your own name. So you couldn't even been a Moor in slavery. So how you going to claim slavery as a Moor? I don't know where I got that from. I think I got that off of TikTok. So you can't claim slavery as a Moor. You can't claim slavery as a Rasta. You can't claim slavery as a Christian. You have to claim slavery as a slave, as a descendant of slaves. Okay? This is my granddaddy. That's what I'm basing my reparations on. My reparations don't come from no religious ideology. My reparations come from my real family, right? So, what does that mean? That means you black people need to get your history in order. You need to get your documentation. You need to start putting a family tree together. You need to be able to trace your family, okay? So, because you have to trace your family back to the 1800s to get your reparations. Okay, you can't get reparations based off of no ideologies. You can only get your reparations based on the facts. This is my great grandmother, born in 1876. Okay. Okay. 1876, slavery ended when? 1865. So this is straight out of slavery. Reparations is due. Any information on her mother, her father puts them right in slavery. Okay? This is what we're basing it off of. So we want to delineate as Black Americans. Now, we just don't only want to delineate for reparations of slavery. We want to delineate because of the Babylon system. Now, I'm going to give y'all some knowledge. This is to the brothers from the Caribbean and stuff. Say, well, Pharaoh, why you want to separate yourself? Let me show you how the European work. The European work like this. Let's say it's a job, and they say they got to hire 5 women and 5 blacks. Guess what they'll do? They'll hire 5 black women. So now they've covered their quota for women and blacks. So for foundational Black Americans, we don't want to be categorized with other blacks, because being categorized with other blacks cheats us. We want them to make rules on how many foundational Black Americans they want to hire. We don't want to fight for the rights for blacks to get hired, and then they give it to Africans, they give it to everybody except us. We must be distinct to get rights, because everybody will come and say they Black and take our shit. We don't want you to come here and say you Black and get nothing that belong to us, and this European will give it to somebody else. Because these Europeans always treat the blacks they rule bad. So in other words, if Black Americans wanted to, we could go to Africa. I could go to Nigeria, Black America, and get treated better than the Nigerians, because your oppressor always treats the other Black better than the ones he oppressed. So as a Black American, I could go to Jamaica, smile and grin, and get treated better than the Jamaicans, because in Jamaica, they want to keep the Jamaicans down. So we live in a world where this white man will take you other blacks and put y'all over us. Now, the fact he'll put you over us and you benefit, we can't trust you to say don't delineate, because you the motherfucker that benefit. You the one coming from Africa and everywhere taking our shit. You ain't gonna stand up for us. So that's like bullshit. Ain't no Africans gonna come here and say, hey, hire our brothers and shit. If we don't stand up for ourselves, ain't nobody gonna stand up for us. Period. I don't want to hear all that unity shit. Unity is always, in America, unity always got to be us. We always got to be the unity. Ain't no unity from the mother Black motherfuckers. Where's y'all fucking unity when you come to fuck over here? There is none. You don't mingle with us. You go in your own areas. You separated. But then when it's time to get to jobs, now you Black. So a lot of Black Africans, they Black to get the job, then they African after they get the job. Fuck that. We don't want you to be Black. You stay African. So we can make demands that they got to hire so many foundational Black Americans. We don't want nothing where they can hire blacks and then they can go around us and hire everybody except us. No, fuck that. That whole shit where we the ones always got to be the nice ones, nah, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. Pan-Africanism is some fake shit because Africa ain't even united. So how the fuck would I get in Pan-African when Africans ain't even Africans? They don't even fuck with each other. Pan-Africanism is some make-believe bullshit. It ain't even no such place as Africa. So what you mean Pan-Africanism is a one-way street? Ain't no Pan-Africanism. If Pan-Africanism was real, it wouldn't be a roster in Jamaica. We are no longer listening to no nigga in Jamaica telling us to go back to Africa while this nigga stay in Jamaica. If Pan-African was real, it wouldn't be a roster nowhere. All the rosters should have their asses in Africa. Rastas came over here to me singing about Africa and never went. That shit over with. I'm not listening to no, we're not listening to no blacks that ain't black Americans. Go where your land is at and talk your shit to your own people. We don't want to hear that shit. Okay? As I speak for black Americans when I say we don't really got no friends. It don't mean we hate you. It means we don't trust you. And if we don't trust you, that's your fault. I'm talking to Africans and Caribbeans. If we don't trust you, whose fault is that? Me as a young Rasta, I bought into it. No matter where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are African. But when I got around the Rastas, I was a Yankee. That shit was just a bullshit song. When I got around Trinidadians and Jamaicans, and I went with the Trinidadians to the reggae, the Jamaican Rasta said, "Chuh, what I do with them Trini man there?" That shit broke my heart. I remember being a young Rasta. I'm hyped up. This is Black World Unity. Oh man, I was so excited. I'm hanging out with brothers from the Virgin Islands, Jamaica, Trinidad. So I had some brethren from Trinidad. We was at their crib, smoking, playing drums, listening to music. We say, hey, let's go down to the reggae. So I say, yeah. So I went and got dressed. They got dressed. I picked them up. We drove down to the reggae club. When we get to the reggae club, we stand up against the wall. I see my Jamaican brethren I played in their reggae band. They came. Josh Stone and Gillian now from Nine Coma Reggae Band. So I walked away from the Trinidadian brothers and I went over to my Jamaican roster brethren. I said, what's going on? And they said, what y'all doing with them Trini boy? Now, as a young Black American, around 20, 21 years old, that's buying into Pan-Africanism, what y'all think that was like? What y'all think it was like when I'm hearing all this Black unity? I bring some Trinidadian Rastas around some Jamaican Rastas, thinking we are Africans. And the Jamaican Rastas ask me what the fuck I'm doing with the Trini boy. I was never no more the same. It was devastating. I ain't gonna lie. Because what I'm supposed to think, oh, if you ain't fucking with them, you don't really fuck with me. Because I ain't one of y'all either. Oh, y'all, okay. You know what I'm saying? Just think about that. So can't no Rasta tell me shit. They wasn't standing on shit. They was still pushing tribalism. Even down to the point where they was pushing 12 Tribe of Israel, Naya Bingi. They was even tribalism with the houses of Rastafari, and Jamaica wasn't even united. You understand? Yeah, it crushed me because I'm young. I'm 20 something. I'm a baby. I'm hyped up. I'm thinking this shit real. I'm a militant. I'm a young militant. I'm thinking this shit real. And I found out, what? And the Trinidadian brothers was some good brothers. They was cool as hell. This me when all that shit happened. I'm a young revolutionary. He said, what you doing with them Trini boys? Nah, he was a bitch. Rasta, you can't unrasta. Rasta is Rasta. Them niggas didn't know them Trinis. Them Trinis lived in Harvey. And them Rastas lived in up in the city. They didn't even know them brethren. They just tribalism where they could recognize they was Trinidadians. The Trinidadian brothers wasn't hanging out. I convinced them to come around the other rosters. The Trinidadian brothers will just stand off to themselves. Now I see why. You're 100% right, Black. They not real. They fraudulent. Most rosters in the Caribbean is fraudulent. They don't stand by the doctrine. They liars. They don't stand by no matter where you come from, as long as you're a Black man, you're African. They don't stand on that shit. They liars and they fraudulent. Because the first thing they were supposed to do when they seen them brethren is saying, yeah, man, they supposed to go over and help the brethren. I thought it was Rastafari. These brothers is Rastafari. You Rastafari. Oh, it's Trini Jamaican. Oh, okay, I'm confused. You got on red, gold, and green. I thought that was Ethiopia. You don't got on green, yellow, and black. You don't got on Jamaican colors. You repping Ethiopia. They repping Ethiopia. They don't got on no Trini flags. They got on red, gold, and green. You got on red, gold, and green. His Majesty rep Ethiopia, red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green is not Jamaican. Red, gold, and green is not Trinidadian. You all in the song, no matter where you come from, as long as you are a Black man, you are African, and you just a dancer. And if you come from Jamaica, you is if you come from Trinidad, you is but then when it actually go down, you ain't on none of that. I remember another time, I'm at a reggae show. The African brother came. We was all in the restroom smoking. An African brother come in the restroom. Here go the Jamaicans again. The Jamaican gonna tell the brother, yeah, man, where am I? Yeah, me from Yard. He told the African, I'm from Yard. The African brother say, my brother, I'm from the front yard, from the big yard. You from the little yard. I said, damn. Hey, G-Rock, I was in the bathroom and an African brother came in the bathroom. Now just show, I'm sure how evil they are. We represent Ethiopia, right? We talking about Africa. So the African brothers come to the reggae. Instead of the Jamaicans embracing the Africans, the Jamaican tried to stun on the brother, but he didn't know the brother was an African. So he told the brother, yeah, me, I'm from Yard. And the African brother got insulted because he thinking this is just Black men. He didn't know you was going to be on no tribal bullshit. So the African brother said, let me tell you something. You're from the little yard. I am from the big yard, the front yard. You're from the backyard. I said, hell yeah, tell this nigga. Nigga, he say you from the backyard, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I dapped the African brother up. Would you tell him? That shit was cold. The brother say, you from the little yard, you from the backyard. I am from Africa. I am from the front yard. I'm thinking, don't y'all start no shit. Y'all in my yard now. We in Chicago. This is my yard. I know you from the front yard. I know you from the yard. But right now, you in my motherfucking yard, okay? I run this shit, okay? I call them niggas that ain't got no culture. So I can call niggas ignorant niggas. I got a lot of ignorant nigga friends. I was just de-ignorizing myself. See, I'm coming out the hood. I started growing my dreadlocks from a Jerry curl. I went straight from a Jerry curl to these dreads. I didn't cut them. I didn't cut my Jerry curl. I didn't take it out or nothing. I just kept washing my hair and let it nap up. So I came from off the block, shooting dice, tailor-made suits. You know what I'm saying? I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm that nigga. And I came from that into some consciousness, changing the way I eat, all that. My mom and them looking at me like, what's wrong with your hair? Why you got your hair like that? I'm talking to them about Africa and shit. And I think about all the time, when I used to talk to my parents about going to Africa, they always rejected it. And it wasn't until I got around a lot of Africans that I understood why my mother and father rejected Africa, because they had already been around Africans, had already seen that Africans was phony. That's why older people know shit. I hadn't been in the world. My parents had been around the world. My parents had already had experience with Africans. My parents already had seen Africans was probably stank, acting all stank. So when I'm telling my parents who much older than me, I'm only 20, 21, about going to Africa, they looking at me like, Africans? Boy, them Africans ain't shit. But I didn't know that. And when I got up older and had all these bad experiences with Africans, I said, damn, this is why mama and daddy did not accept no African shit, because they been know these Africans is fucked up. For real, it made sense. You know what I'm saying? It made sense. I was like, oh, y'all already done had experience with them. So by the time I found out, and because I still didn't find out till I got back from Hawaii, I was still holding Africa down because I was meeting some cool African brothers. Don't get me wrong. I was meeting some cool African brothers. But all the brothers I was meeting that was real cool and strong rosters, they was all from Senegal. The Senegal brothers was 100 revolutionaries. So, I hadn't met a lot of other Africans. Mostly back then at the reggae with the Rasta and the red, gold, and green was Senegalese. And they was standing on business. The Senegalese brothers, they was on some Black world unity shit. They was on that. I ain't gonna, hey, Senegal was the most, they was the coolest. They was strong. They was Rasta. This back in the 80s, late 70s, 80s. It used to be a lot of Senegalese come to the shows. I used to sell a Senegal flag. You know what I'm saying? And knitted scarves, knitted like they colors and shit. They was strong. I ain't gonna lie. They was the strongest. They was the strongest. You know what I'm saying? The Senegalese, they was standing on business. They was 100% Rasta. Then there was a few Ethiopians that was standing on it. There was a few Ethiopians. Yeah, the Senegalese, they was really into Black unity, 100%. You know what I'm saying? 100%. But I still, G-Rock, I do not, I don't group Africans. I don't say Nigerians like this and stuff like that. I'll say I had some problem with this one and that one, but in my life, I got a lot of real cool African friends. So I can't just, so I'm saying I'm different. Because the brother from Nigeria gave me his royal clothes, gave me his garb. So I don't do blank African country hate, because I got too many friends from Africa. You understand? The African brother gave me a whole 3-piece garment made for him. He was a prince. This garment was for a prince. And he told me if I wear that to his village and they see me, that they had a certain way they designs, and they would see the design and know that belonged to the prince. And they said, he said, if you go to my country and you go to where my people at and they see that, they're going to take you right to my father. And my father going to know I gave you that. It's a 3-piece. That's the big one. And then it's the long one. And then it's the pants. And when I used to wear it and come around my mom, I'm like, oh, Lord, here go Moses, with the dreadlocks. So I don't do group hate. I don't be like, I don't like Trinidad. I don't do that. I will say which ones got a lot of people act funny, but my personal experience, I got a lot of African friends. All right, man. All right, Mr. Sai, one love. So I got a lot of African friends. So the brother that gave me this, he was a bus driver. I got my little dreads, my little revolutionary clothes on. So I got on the bus. He said, yeah, my brother. I said, what's up? So I went to shake his hand. And when I shook his hand and pulled away, he was trying to do something. So I said, what was you trying to do? And then he did again. And he was trying to do this, where they shake hand and they popped their finger, right? So he shook my hand, he popped his finger. I said, oh, so I was like, oh. So he said, you're a very strong, young Black American brother. It's just very interesting that you want to learn our handshake. He took out a paper, he said, this is my phone number and this is my address, call me. The next day I called him, he said, come see me. I went to his place, he gave me 2 garments. He gave me that one and he gave me an orange one, orange and white one. They was fly. And he said, these was made specially for me. I'm the prince of, this was years ago, I forgot what he said. He said, I'm the prince of this area. My father is the king of this area. And he said, my young brother, this is my gift to you. And if you wear this to my land, right? He said, they will take you to my father. And when my father find out I gave you this, my father is going to give you gold and lots of land because he will know you are my special friend. I said, damn. That's what he told me. So I don't, you know what I mean? I don't do, I'm international. I got brethren from Trinidad, Virgin Islands, Jamaica, East Africa, West Africa, South Africa, Europe, New York, California. I'm international. I got a lot of brethren all over the world. No, I ain't kidding. So I be real careful about what I be saying, but I still will get on people's case. So I will get on Africans, I will get on Jamaicans, I will get on Trinidadians, I will get on Black Americans, I will get on Chicagoans. Because when I'm trying to straighten out my people, I got to deal with the losers. Sometimes the winners in them places just got to take them straight shots. So a lot of times the positive brothers in Africa or the positive brothers in America got to take them straight shots because of the knuckleheads. You know what I'm saying? Because I got brethren in Jamaica that's like my family. Like I got Jamaican brethren. It is 11 o'clock at night. I got a Jamaican brethren. If he called me right now and say, Pharaoh, I'm somewhere, somebody on this and that, I'm in here, they outside, I'm in the line and I'm going to go. Facts. Like I got Jamaican brethren that is actually like my real family. I've been knowing them for almost 50 years. You know what I'm saying? I got brethren I've been knowing for 45 years. Facts. 45 years I've been knowing them. So I don't do, so that puts me in a funny situation when the Black Americans and the Africans is beefing. It put me in a, you know, yeah, I can't say too much. I can't jump out the window because I'm too international. But I can try to tell it fair. But what a lot of people don't know is that delineating is not anti African or nothing. Delineating is making yourself be just like an African. Africans are delineated. They're not Africans. You're Nigerian. You're Ethiopian. And so people, I don't know why people would get mad because we want to be something specific. We are not white Americans. We are black people in a white country. It's 236 million white people. It's only 50 million black Americans. We have to be something. We cannot just be Americans. We have to delineate and we have to separate ourselves from everybody. So like a lot of blacks mad saying why we call ourselves foundational black Americans, but you got to understand we are separating ourselves from white Americans too. We're not Americans. We are foundational black Americans. So blacks in other places, why you don't say that? Why you don't say, oh, they are also separating themselves from Americans? See, so a lot of people don't understand what foundational black Americans is. We separating ourselves from Mexicans, white Americans. We are separating ourselves from everybody. We are foundational black Americans. All our achievements, we want the credit for. All our experiments, all our discoveries, all our inventions, we want our respect. We want it to be documented that Booker T. Washington is a foundational black American. We don't want you to say black. We don't want to mix him with the Africans or nobody. We want our own respect. And what a lot of blacks don't understand is this is not negotiable. So to brothers and sisters in Africa, you're wasting your time. Now to brothers and sisters in Africa, it is very dangerous for you to be disrespecting black Americans in a gangster country like America. Y'all foul. All y'all blacks in Africa is foul for making black Americans hate Africans that's over here, and you putting the Africans over here in danger. Y'all in Africa, y'all don't got guns like that. Y'all don't got the type of gangs we got. Y'all don't got switches and shit. Like y'all bogus. All the Africans, that if you're African and you own the internet beefing with black Americans, you foul. Because you, globally, you're supposed to be the big brother and the big sister. You're supposed to be the one calling for unity. But you acting like you the minority. The black Africans on the internet act like they the black Americans and we the big homies. That's what they act like. Totally don't have no sense of leadership or nothing. And while you're doing that, people in Africa taking all your shit. So we looking at you crazy that other people that ran you out the continent, and then you trying to come and act like you standing on some shit. Went in and chased your ass out your own goddamn continent. You supposed to be rich as hell. You got more shit than we got. You got all these natural resources and shit. And then you run, and then you try to come over here and talk shit. And then send your kids to our school. Send your kids out in the street where they mama and them in front of the kids talking about they don't like Africans. And now it ain't going to be long. This shorty's going to hear these elders say they don't like Africans. And then these shorties going to start attacking young Africans. Duh. Y'all need to turn that shit around. Y'all gonna get y'all kids beat up and all type of shit. Why would you do that? Why would I get on here and just every day disrespect Africans in Ghana when Black Americans is in Ghana and put their life in danger? So Africans in Africa that be doing all that dissing with Africans walking around Chicago, man, you putting your people in danger. America is not the place. Like, this is not Africa. This is a very violent, scientific, new age place. This is the most newest guns and shit. The gang violence over here is different. Y'all don't get down like that. Like, I don't know what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell wrong with Africans to get on the internet and constantly be antagonizing Black Americans that you need for tourism and that you coming over here and making people don't like you and then coming over here and getting on social media, letting everybody know nobody like you, and then niggas gonna see you at the store and beat your motherfucking ass. Because they're gonna be like, that's that bitch that was on TikTok talking that shit. This America, like, niggas in America, we'll run up on you. This ain't Africa. This is America, this aggressive. We've been going against whites. Y'all just been going against blacks. Y'all been battling white people. I mean black people. We've been battling white people. We've been battling the Nazis and the Ku Klux Klan, the mafia, the people that run Africa. We live with them. You live with African puppets. You don't live with the people that run Africa. You live with their puppets. You being controlled from a distance, from somebody in a distance, and you're controlling Africans. We got the white police riding around. Like, white, y'all don't got white police in Africa. Y'all ain't got no white police like that. Y'all live in a whole different world. I don't understand Africans, but my thing about Africans is Black Africans don't got no sense of leadership for Black people globally. They take no responsibility for Black people in Africa. They take no responsibility for Black people globally. And Black people globally are just going to say, fuck you. And it's just going to be what it is. And it's going to get so bad that if there's another genocide in Africa, ain't nobody going to care. We used to care. Ain't nobody going to care. Ain't nobody going to care because it's just like friend or foe. You love me or you don't. Okay, if you hate me, I need to move on. And our young people, they've seen people like me. They've seen us stand up for Africa for years and years and years. And how long you think people going to stand up for Africa like these people? You come here from Africa, you throw a fest that's traditionally foundational Black America. You so goddamn fucked up that you don't even cater to us at our fest. You try to turn our fest into some African shit. You got all African food, but you want us to come and pay to see the shit. But you so fucked up that you don't even cater. It's like you trying to be on some takeover shit. So you want to take over, but you ain't got enough people to take over. If we don't come to the fest, if only Africans come to the fest, the shit gonna die. You ain't got enough Africans to make this fest pop off. And now, a lot of you on green cards, you on this and that. Now Trump gonna throw you out. Trump gonna deport. A lot of Africans gonna be gone. And then you on the internet disrespecting us. What do you think we gonna say when they deport you? Bye. We ain't losing nothing. What we losing? If they deport Haitians, How that hurt me? Haitians don't even fuck with us. Bye. Bye. Because you went into a land and you didn't link up with your brothers and sisters. But you forgot the white man run this shit. So now when he get on your neck, don't be trying to be black. Don't start talking about black shit. If you wasn't black before they got on your neck, black immigrants is in trouble. They're going to throw most of y'all out. They're going to throw you out. Watch. I've seen this movie. This ain't the first time they did the Jamaicans. All the Jamaicans that was here in the 70s, in the 80s, they deported damn near all of them. It ain't hardly a Jamaican nowhere. When you get to the end 70s, the last part of the 70s and through the 80s, there was a lot of Jamaicans in Chicago, in L. They deported all of them. Rest in peace to Chucky. They deported Chucky. They deported. Man, I could name so many of my brethren. They kicked them out. They deported them. They deported them. And it's going to get worse. In 2 years, you ain't going to see no Africans hardly nowhere. They're going to deport them. All them African restaurants and all that shit are going to be closed. They're going to deport them. Because, see, the Africans made a mistake and came here and let the white man know that he don't got our back up. That's the dumbest shit ever. You come and you let white Americans know, black Americans ain't backing us up. They're like, oh, yeah? We got you. Because the only hope you got is us as a backup. Once we not backing you, I don't know what's wrong with black immigrants. If you don't got our backing, you're done. Because black immigrants, the big problem is they don't understand in America, you's a nigger. That's the part you don't understand. You are a nigger. We know you a nigger. We know they won't call us nigger. And they mind we niggers too. But we fight. And we gonna get down so they can't say that shit. So, but we know that's how they look at us. Black immigrants, you don't know you a nigger. You know what I'm saying? You don't know you a nigger. You think they like you because they'll treat you a little bit better than me. But the only reason they treat you better than me because they scared of me. They scared of me. They're not treating you better than me because you better. They treating you better than me because they're intimidated by us. We've been intimidating them for years. So that's why they don't like us. They don't not like us because we ain't qualified. They don't not like us because we negative. They don't like us because we've been beating their motherfucking ass and making them stay in their motherfucking place for years. Look at me. How many white people have I had problems with today? How many problems do I have with white people? When I go outside, what do white people say negative to me? Nothing. As soon as I walk in there and they hear me talk, I got their undivided attention and they going to act like they got some sense. They not going to fucking play with me. Especially in Chicago. They fear and respect us. But their respect come from fear. We don't play that shit. This ain't no small black place where you've been mistreating black people. This Chicago. We don't tolerate that type of shit. If a white person was to say something racist to a black in Chicago, first, the black in Chicago would be in shock. Because they would have never been and heard that before. So they would be in total shock. Because that just so happened here. Black immigrants have separated themselves. And see, Trump know it. See, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what's wrong with black immigrants, but they don't know these people watch all of that. These people know that black Americans don't like black immigrants no more. That black immigrants have been disrespectful to black Americans. So they know, oh, we could get rid of these black immigrants. Black Americans ain't gonna care. I can't believe black immigrants is that slow. Why the fuck would you do that? Yeah, we fought for them. We fought for them to come over here and do what they had to do. And then they come over here acting crazy and trying to take opportunity from us. They're supposed to be getting opportunity from white people. We was taking opportunity that all white people had. Every job we was getting it from white people because everything was white. We wasn't taking no opportunities from black people. But now black people come and taking our opportunities because they're too pussy to go against whites and take their shit. You want to come take my spot and brag. Oh, I come there, I do better than you and all that. All right. You black Americans is this and you black Americans are that. And then you come from Africa and you find the worst black Americans. And then you stereotype us with all them bum ass niggas in Africa. When we got all these doctors and scientists and all these Booker T. Washingtons and all these great people still today. We got all these genius black people in America, top notch. But Africans constantly stereotype us based on the black Americans that ain't doing good. Yet come here competing with the black American doctors and scientists at the top. Every time you look up at Ebony and Jet or whatever, there's a young black American discovering some shit, making some shit, doing great shit. And then they come with all this greatness we've done for all these years. And this is the sad thing about Africans. And instead of you coming and being smart and saying, damn, these people in the bottom of, in the belly of the beast, they really did pretty good. And what's funny about it is the whole time you was in Africa before you became immigrants, you was over there cheering for us. We was your motherfucking inspiration. That's why Africans, a lot of time, they phony. Because back when I was coming up, we was their inspiration. They was running to see Ali fight over there. They was running to see us play sports. They was running to see our accomplishments. And then looking up to us turned to hate. We was the role model for black people all over the world, black Americans. We was the role model. We was the James Brown, the Aretha Franklins, the Jackson 5. We was the role model. We was the Jackie Robinsons. We was the first mayors and senators and stuff like that. You would think people would put us up on a pedestal. Black people. You all in Jamaica trying to sing like me. You all in Jamaica trying to sing like me. Trying to dress like me. Trying to do everything just like me. To the T. From the hair, the shoes, everything. 60% of your reggae is Black American covers. When I was coming up. You play reggae, boom, boom, boom. I don't mind if you say that you're going away. I just don't. And playing the reggae version of every song we make, every slow song we make, there's a reggae version. Every song we make, I play reggae. Don't even play with me. Every song we make, there is a reggae version. This is Bunny Wailer, Bob Marley, and Peter Tosh trying to look like Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. Facts. This is the Whalers before they got to dreadlocks. And they were some bootleg versions. Look how the brothers, look at their suits. Look at them. Who the cleanest? Look at the handkerchiefs in the pocket. They poor. Look at their clothes. They couldn't even afford to dress like the brothers. It's a bootleg version of us. It's a bootleg version of Black Americans. Anyone come beat on your chest? Look at Smokey Robinson and look at the Whalers. The whole reggae and the whole ska came from Jamaicans getting jobs in America, coming to America and working with the sugar cane. And because they coming to America to working for the sugar cane, they making way more money than the Jamaicans in Jamaica. And because they was up here, they was listening to who on the radio? Black Americans. So these Jamaicans that was working with the sugar cane up here, they start buying records and mailing them to Jamaica. So let's say you get a Fats Domino record for $1 for 50 cents. If you mail it to Jamaica, you might get 5 Jamaican dollars because it's an import. So the Jamaicans that was working with the sugar cane up here, they was making a whole lot of money mailing Black R&B records to Jamaica to be sold for double and triple the price. Facts. And one of the main artists they was sending, who was the most requested, was Fats Domino. Facts. And so after listening to Fats Domino, they developed ska. And they took from Fats Domino and they made it dun 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 dun, and that turned into dun 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 to reggae. Ska was taken from Fats Domino. Facts. We didn't take nothing from them. Everything they took from Black Americans. These is facts. And the reason it hurts so bad is because we was the ones that they felt was in the worst situation. That's why it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad because the ones that was in the worst situation, especially Africans, because the African man, to let your people be sold into slavery and for you not to come and fight for them and leave them there and have slave castles and tell them once you go through here, you'll never be seen again, is a disgrace. And that's why I say Black Americans that go to Ghana and go to slave castles, y'all, I don't know why y'all going to that shit, because them slave castles represent betrayal. It represents some Africans that once you left, they didn't give a damn. That's why I don't respect none of them kings and chiefs or nothing. Because if you didn't mount up no sailors and go to get your people, you's a bitch. And the black man in Africa got a bad reputation. He let some people come take his people, and that punk didn't go get them back. And he looked up one day, and the people just came back. He looked up and turned on TV, and the people was famous. That's the story of slavery they don't want to tell you. That man turned on the TV and seen the people that he let leave them slave castles doing great. And then what did that man do? He started running behind and running to where the ones was that he let be taken into slavery and didn't care nothing about. He waited. The Africans waited until we survived and said, oh, they survived? Oh, they making money? We're going to go make some money. It don't get no weaker than that. It don't get no weaker where you didn't show up until we survived. It is Joseph. Because what did it say? We was the stone that the builder refused. And we become the head cornerstone. For the black world. The rejected ones. The ones that nobody had no respect for. The ones they abandoned. Left us up here in America all them years. All that suffering. Something that only we know. Something that only we study. Something so horrible, we don't even like to talk about it. I don't even like to talk about it because what my relatives went through up here, man, let me tell you, it do something to me. I don't even like to talk about it. A lot of black Americans that studied the history in depth on slavery, we don't really talk about it. We don't really talk about it. That's why a lot of black Americans resent black immigrants. Because it's just like, they don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's what it be feeling like. That's what it be feeling like. That's why we be like that. Because it's like, they always talk about the Jews and they always talk about the Holocaust and all this shit. But, they don't really be talking about, what we really went through. Even when I was a baby, even in the early 60s, like, you know what I'm saying? These type of pictures and stuff is real painful to foundational black Americans. We feel that in our gut. Because that wasn't no long time ago. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no long time ago like people think. I was born in 1958. You understand? So it wasn't no long time ago. So it's hard for a lot of people to understand, our pain. Because like I say, my grandmother was born in 1876. So do the math. Slavery ended in 1865. Do the math. I'm going to ask y'all something. When slavery ended, did the brutality end? Did everybody knew slavery was over? What did Rosa Parks and them have to go through in the 60s? So what my great-grandmama went through being born 11 years after slavery, and what my great-great-grandmama went through, her mama and her daddy. What did my great-granddaddy, what did my great-grandmama's daddy go through? Now you got to understand something. I used to hang out with my great-grandmother. I was going to Alabama in the 60s and 70s. Her year she passed away is what? 1993. I'm born in 1958, 68, 78, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. I was 35 years old before she passed away. I know her. That means I touched and been around somebody straight out of slavery and Jim Crow. We ain't talking no long time ago. This my mama's grandmama lived down the street from my grandfather, her son. We used to go and stay with my grandfather's house first for about 3 or 4 days. Then we would go stay with my great grandmother about 4 or 5 days, 3 days, 4 days. Then we would go back and stay with my grandfather for a few days, and then we would go visit everybody else in Alabama. So I was right there in it. I was going down there in 1960. Let's think about it. She lived to be 117 years old. And she was born 11 years after slavery. So when a European tried to tell me that was a long time ago, I ain't trying to hear that. Because being a little boy, with my parents going down south to check on their relatives, my mama going to Uniontown where they live in the farm area, then the other ones in Birmingham, then my daddy's people in Decatur. As a little boy, imagine going to Alabama every year. So I know what was going on. I seen it. We had to drive early in the morning and go to a hotel before the sun go down. I didn't understand, but when I grew up and studied history, I said, oh, we couldn't be driving at night. We never drove at night. We always made it to Louisville or Nashville about 4 in the evening. That's because my daddy know he had to get his family off the road. And we always stayed in Holiday Inn, which is historical because every time we went to a Holiday Inn, we would meet Black families. What do that tell you? That the Holiday Inn was in the Green Book. The Holiday Inn was a safe place for foundational Black Americans. That's why me and my sister played up and down the hall with Black kids that's on vacation too from another city. Because all the Blacks stayed at Holiday Inn. That's why my daddy only bought gas from Standard, because Standard was probably the only people that would sell gas to Blacks. Standard became, BP. Think about it. So this shit is serious when it comes to our struggle. And we was on our own. Wasn't no Africans here to help us. I didn't see an African until the 70s. There wasn't no Africans trying to do nothing for us or nothing like that. We was on our own. Every war we fought on our own. Everything we did, we had to do it on our own. We had to do everything on our own. There was nobody to help us, for no Africans to be talking crazy about Black Americans when they punked out and wasn't seen till the 70s. And now all of a sudden they got a lot to say about us. I don't never want to say nothing about our history and what we've been through. Ignore our pain. our suffering, ignore how we stood up against apartheid in South Africa and everything we spoke on their behalf. We constantly spoke up on their behalf for years, with nobody knew nothing about Winnie Mandela or none of that if it wasn't for us and Jamaicans and reggae. Nobody would have known nothing about that, nothing about them. Nobody would have known. And then you seeing them online now talking crazy about us online. Totally disrespectful. Talking crazy about us. Disrespecting us and putting other brothers and sisters in Africa in danger and teaching young black Americans to hate Africans. I don't know how they think that's going. Why would you teach our children to hate Africans? So now my children going to grow up. They going to see all this shit on the internet. And my children going to hate Africans. My children going to hate Africans. Because Africans is all on the internet teaching my children to hate them. It's sad. And then you come in and you drink right off the water fountain. You didn't have to do this. So I'm saying this is where the problem's at. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to go through all of that. We open up the door for you. And I remember, man, when Africans started coming in the 70s, black people didn't bother them. Black people did not bother Africans. None. Black people did not talk negative about Africans. None. When I used to be talking about Africans and stuff, my parents didn't say nothing negative. My parents never said nothing negative about Africans. They just listen to what I'm saying. They could have, but they never did. They never did. They could have, but they never did. I'm sure they probably had something to say. And so for a lot of you young people, you got to remember, this ain't no history a long time ago. When Nelson Mandela got out, yeah, they had a big old protest in downtown New York. Mandela came downtown New York and rode down the street, and black people was really excited. Okay, black people was really excited. We was connected to the situation in South Africa. Okay, that's a great question. Okay, we were connected to the situation in South Africa. Okay, black people took the situation in South Africa very serious, and I'm going to show you why. In America, we went through Jim Crow. Okay? We went through Jim Crow. All right? And so the situation in South Africa did something to black people because it was the same thing. So when black people seen whites only, it triggered black people. Okay? It triggered us. We could relate to that. You understand? So it wasn't like we was just, oh, Africa. We could relate to the whites only. Now imagine you a black American. You in America. They telling you whites only. You fight to get rid of that. You black. And they saying no blacks. And you fight for blacks to go. Now think about this. So imagine you turn on TV and they in Africa telling blacks white only. So we thought that they had some audacity. That's what pissed us off. We related it with our plight. We like, no, they not in Africa telling Africans whites only. That's why we related. Because we thought they got a lot. You did that to us in America, a country that you said you founded. And now you done went all the way to Africa and doing the same thing you did to us. So that's what our connection was, that we was looking at the same thing. That's what pissed us off. That it struck a nerve from our history. We could relate. That's what we didn't like about it. That was the problem with that. Because all we seen was black people. We wasn't like these people, these weirdo Africans. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't like the people that be hating on us. We wasn't like that. It was different for us. You understand? That's one reason black Americans hate or don't hate, despise Africans not showing no love for us. Let's take a break. When I was living in Hawaii, I was actually starting fights with white men over South Africa. I was actually like challenging white men over South Africa. I ain't gonna go into details, but it was some squabbles over that, over South Africa. I kid you not. When I was in Hawaii, I got to Hawaii in like 83, at the height of apartheid. And I was beefing with hippies and I was beefing with people over Africa. For real. There has been physical altercations over South Africa. That's why Africans, that's why I be like, I'm really disappointed in them. But they don't know no damn history. But like this picture, black Americans, we did not like Soweto. Man, listen, black Americans was pissed over Soweto. So y'all don't know nothing about Soweto. You understand? Y'all don't know nothing about that. You understand? But Black Americans, you understand, we had the news. We had CBS, ABC. We had all that stuff. You understand? So we was like at the forefront of standing up for rights in South Africa. That's why I say Black Africans are a huge disappointment. Huge. Huge disappointment. Seriously. Africans are a huge disappointment. There's no way that Black Americans anytime soon are going to be thinking about Africans. I'm going to just keep it real. It's just not going to happen. Because they're not looked at positively. You know what I'm saying? They almost looked at as like enemies. Because how much can a people fight for you? And then you show, how much can a people look up to you and fight for you? And you come instead of being the big brother and the big sister. You come with some hate and shit. And then you got slave castles and shit. So then they're already saying you sold your own people. You got to understand the psyche. So they telling us when we growing up, you sold your own people. And then I meet you and you nasty. And you did. Ain't no way you didn't. Look how you act. And people trying to say that's not true. How is not true? They act like they sold their own people. To me, but we were standing up for this. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? You got to understand, we had blacks here that was already telling us don't like Africans. See what I'm saying? That was already being pushed. So those of us that was pro, we stood on it. You know what I'm saying? We was like, nah, we Africans. But then when we actually met the Africans was like, no, you're not Africans. So imagine black men, young black men, saying we Africans, pushing for Africa, and then meeting Africans. They'll tell you, nah, you a slave. See what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This was like one of my greatest people in the world. I didn't like Nelson Mandela. He was a sellout. He got free because of Winnie. Winnie was a superstar. Winnie Mandela was a hero all over the world, all in America, all in Trinidad, all over the Caribbean, Jamaica. Winnie Mandela was our hero. We had how many songs? Winnie Mandela, Winnie Mandela, one of the greatest women ever lived. Her husband was a punk. And when South Africa seen that Winnie was getting bigger than Nelson, then they let Nelson out. That's the only reason they let him out. The only reason they let him out because he was a bitch and he was going to sell out. If he would have stayed there too long, people wouldn't have left Winnie for him. So they said, she's getting too powerful. Let Nelson out. Let Nelson out. Nelson divorced her. Let whites keep some of the land. Was a total bitch. How the fuck you divorce Winnie Mandela that stayed by you all them years in prison? I can't. If you ask me what black I dislike the most, it's probably Nelson. I do not like Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela represents all the Africans that don't like black Americans. Just a hater, a sellout. a coon. I don't like him. And right then, we should have known that it's a whole bunch of Nelson Mandelas over there. We should have known that. But we had to find out the hard way. And so now we've gotten to the point where, you know, it ain't no turning back. You know what I'm saying? Black Americans are fed up. And it get to a point where people got to take care of themselves. It get to a point where you exhaust the people, where you use the people and use the people until the people look, and then we lose it. As Black Americans, we keep standing up for everybody, but then when we look up, we lose it. And then when we start losing, these people start saying they better than us. They start standing on our downfall. But a lot of reason our downfall because we was fucking with them. So then these black people, they come to your land that you fought for them to walk around, and then they start talking shit about you. This is black immigrants, especially Africans. You come, you pave the way for them. They come and start beating on their chest. But see, God don't like ugly. So they come and beat on their chest. The white man see it. Trump see it. He said, our black Americans, look at these other blacks. Look how they treat the black Americans. Okay, if we throw these other blacks out, black Americans ain't gonna give a fuck. And that's the white, you let the white man see you was by yourself. Black immigrants in America fucked up. They let him see they ain't got no fucking backup. And now black Americans, we watching ICE eating popcorn and we love ICE. I'ma just keep it real. We want ICE to throw all you motherfuckers out. Not me. I'm telling you the tone of the black Americans. The black Americans, if they threw every black immigrant out, black Americans would cheer. That's their fault. Black Americans actually want to see ICE throw black immigrants out. That's a fact. They want them to throw them out. If they throw out every Haitian, we wouldn't give a fuck. Because the Haitians, they ain't benefit us. That's not our friend. You're not my friend. Africans, you're not my friend like that. Caribbeans, what I'm losing? What we losing? Anytime somebody's losing, not losing anything, you know what I'm saying? It should have been black immigrants. There should have been some kind of way we would lose if the system came down with them. But if the system come down with them and getting rid of a hater, somebody trying to compete with me when I open the door for them, who gonna stand up for you? I speak for most black Americans when we say that's you're trying to take opportunity from your brothers and sisters. You're not trying to come and do like us and get opportunities from whites and Hispanics. You coming, cooning and samboing, trying to take opportunity from your own brothers and sisters. That's the reason you can even drink off a water fountain and get on the bus. So you let us do all this fighting and ride on the bus. Everyone for us, you wouldn't be able to get on a plane. Planes would be white only. So you let us fight for your stinking black ass to get on a plane, and then you want to come on a plane and look at me crazy, and you dumb. Because how the fuck you going to come here and look at me crazy and think I'm not going to fuck your ass up? On top of that, nigga, you know where you at? That's the black Africans. Y'all know where y'all at? Y'all know what's going to happen when it hit the streets, you a op? It used to be maybe if a brother or a sister get into it with an African sister, it just be like two black people get into it. But now, what you think gonna be the vibe when a black American woman get into it with an African woman? It's gonna go too far. Especially if you outnumbered, they're gonna jump you. Cause now you the African bitch, a hater. That's how you create, that's how you portrayed yourself. Just like the Jamaicans. When the Jamaicans came here in the 70s and the 80s and started doing that Yankee stuff, they got shot up and chased out the country. The Crips went to war with them. Heard how many of them? Rest in peace to Ja Bunny, Jabria. I lost brethren in Cali because Jamaicans was acting stank, wasn't standing on the music, wasn't showing love to their brothers and sisters, was singing love, but wasn't acting like that. And they got in the war with the Crips, and the Crips hurt a lot of my brethren and sisters. With Ja Bunny, they went into their practice session, which where I used to hustle at, in the back house. They used to practice in the front house. Man, I ain't gonna say the Crips because I ain't no snitch, but somebody went in there and unalived the whole band and took all the band equipment. They didn't even leave an extension cord, a microphone stand, or nothing. The house was empty. Wasn't nobody in there but unalived Jamaicans. My brethren, and then Black Americans got caught up because the Crips couldn't identify Jamaican haters from Black Americans with dreads. So my brethren, OG, Amin Ra, and Jabria, who was from Chicago, was walking in Hollywood. Some Crips seen them, started shooting, and my brethren Jabria got hit and passed away. All because of some Jamaican rosters that was really just Jamaicans and wasn't really rosters, was just had the hair for the reggae, but they really wasn't black, pro-black, and got my brethren unalive in LA when they went and thought they could rob the Crips for some fucking weed. How stupid can you get? You come up here from Jamaica and you try to rob some Crips in LA? And I lost my brethren because of that. Rest in peace to Jabria. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you the facts. I put a lot of work in for Pan-Africanism and unity. For a motherfucker with dreadlocks and shit to call me a Yankee. Yankee boy this and Yankee boy that. I said, what the fuck is this? So now, when I go to the reggae and shit, instead of it being like one love and unity, I gotta be on some bullshit. See what I'm saying? So after so many years, Black Americans stopped going. On top of that, while the Jamaicans was constantly trying to call us Yankee, all the Jamaican rosters was sleeping with white women. Just imagine the hypocrisy. While the brothers trying to call me a Yankee, the black woman is asking me, excuse me, brother, I hear how you talk. You American? I like, yeah, I'm from Chicago. Can I ask you something? Yeah. Why all the rosters with white girls? I've been asked that at least 15 times at different clubs. So these fake Jamaican rosters, they chased the black women away. That's why reggae failed. Reggae was going good because Black Americans was coming, was bringing their queens. You don't got no Black Americans, your shit gonna crash. Now the Jamaican women weren't sleeping with no white men, like white men. There was no Jamaican women. There was no Jamaican women. Very, very few. It was dominantly men. But there was no Jamaican women sleeping with no white men because there was predominantly men. When you went to a club, went to a party, there was not no lot of Jamaican women. That's false. There was Black American women there, but there was not hardly no Jamaican women. Like the family I played music with, it was 5 brothers. They didn't even have no sister. They ain't even had no woman in their family. So most of these was Rastas. If you seen a black couple, it would be a Jamaican Rasta and a Black American woman, right? And we talking in the late 70s and through the 80s. There wasn't. Now you might be talking 90s or something. I don't know what, but it wasn't a whole bunch of Jamaican women. By the time you start getting a bunch of Jamaican women, you get into the 90s and you get into the bad boy thing. But them women ain't with no white men, and them dudes ain't with no white woman. Now, when you get to the bad man, it's all black. It ain't no whites in there. So when you get to the Shaba, Pinchers, and all that, it ain't no white people at that at all. That's some hood shit. So when it went to the dance hall, it wasn't no white people no more. So that's incorrect. There was only white people at the reggae. But when the dance hall come, and Pinterest and all that, she wants that agony in her body. That's all black. 100% of love. She wants 100% of those parties is all black. It ain't no whites at those parties. Those parties is kind of like gangster, kind of like a bunch of jugglers, a bunch of weed sellers, a bunch of hustlers. It's not black conscious no more. It's gangster pretty much, like when you get to that era. And when you get to that era, you're talking about the gangster era. Right when by the time you get to the 80s, the late the 90s, because the 80s was still reggae. It was still a lot of reggae in the 80s, but that's when the white girls, that's white girl era. Black women and white girls. So a brother either had a roster queen or a white girl, and there would be a whole lot of white people would come to the reggae. Because that's when white people really was into the reggae, which was a good thing. I ain't saying that like it was a bad thing. But it wasn't no Jamaican women until you get to the 90s. But by the time you get to the 90s, that's the Batman thing. You know what I mean? That's when you got the Mompi. That's when you had a whole bunch of Jamaican women. That's in the 90s. I'm talking about the 70s and the 80s. But yeah, but they ain't with no white dudes. I don't know where you live at. I don't know where you live. Yeah, I don't know where you live because I ain't seen no Jamaican women with no white dudes. I ain't seen that era. I must have missed that because I ain't never seen that. So I'm talking about the dance hall era. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the rude boy era, the Batman thing, like the 80s, like this era. So this era is when you start seeing a lot of Jamaican women. You know what I'm saying? You live in the DMV, yeah, you might have seen that in the DMV. I'm not sure. I don't know how many white people y'all got. I don't know what the scene is like in the DMV. So I don't know what year you talking. How old are you, Kareem? You might be younger than me. You might be younger than me. because the first time you start seeing a lot of Jamaican women is this era right here, like 19. Oh, you 47, right? See, I knew it. So you ain't even talking about in my era, because you 20 years younger than me. So you don't know what I'm talking about. If you born in 47, if you 47, by the time you was 20 years old, maybe so. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe so. You know what I mean? Yeah, you talking about a whole different time period. You know what I mean? Because it's like 20, 25 minus 47. So you born in 1978. So you 20 in 1998. Yeah, no, I ain't even, no. You 20 in 1998. No. Now I'm not in your era yet. 1998, I'm still in the early 90s. I knew something was wrong. Yeah, I'm still in the early 90s, 1998. I don't know. But I know it ain't no Jamaican women in the 80s. Very few. The Jamaican women didn't start coming in this country until the 90s, at the beginning of the 90s. So by the time you get to 98, yeah, it probably was a bunch of Jamaican women by 98, but not in no 88. Not in no 88. It wasn't no Jamaican women. Jamaican men wasn't with Jamaican women. They hadn't come up yet. The first big group that come up was mostly a lot of sons. And if they had sisters and stuff, the sisters never was on the scene. So if the Jamaican women wasn't really on the scene, because the scene was heavy musicians. And even when the reggae bands had singers, the singers would be foundational Black American women would be singing in the reggae band, and foundational Black Americans played in the reggae band, because you didn't even have enough Jamaicans to play music. So you didn't even have enough Jamaicans to play music in the 70s and in the 80s. That's why I had to play in the band. They started teaching Black Americans how to play reggae, because you didn't have enough Jamaicans to have reggae bands. When I first started playing reggae in Chicago, there was only one drummer. Everybody had to try to book their show. His name was Big Youth. We call him Big Youth. Big Youth was the only reggae drummer in Chicago at first. And everybody used to have to use him. And then they started teaching Black Americans that played drums how to play reggae drums, and Black Americans like me how to play the horn, and Black Americans how to play the guitar. So early reggae, foundational Black Americans, is the one that made it pop. Without foundational Black Americans, local reggae bands in America never would have happened, because they didn't have enough Jamaicans. These are all facts. I keep saying you the wrong age group, bro. What you gonna do? Hold on. Let me see if this is the same person. Bro, you born in 1947. Why you keep getting in my conversation, Kareem? When you not from my era? You know what I'm saying? Bro, be quiet, bro. You throwing these people off. You not from my era. How could you even get in my conversation? Why you keep getting in my conversation when you off? When your conversation is off, bro? Yeah, but I'm just saying, why you talking about something that I ain't talking about, bro? You a baby. I'm born in 1958. It's like you giving these people the wrong information. You messing my timeline up, bro. How many times I gotta tell you that? You're not in my timeline, so everything you're saying is incorrect based on the timeline. If I'm talking about some shit happening in 1989 and somebody come talking about something happening in 2000, how is that accurate or correct? You're giving these people the wrong information. There were no Jamaican women in this time period I'm talking about. It didn't exist. It was men, all men. There was hardly no Jamaican women. There was no Jamaican women until 1991. Unbelievable. Some people don't listen. They talk too fucking much. $1978, 88, 98. So if you born in 1978, you ain't even outside till 1998. So you talking about the year 2000. I'm just saying how people be crazy. He talking about the year 2000 before he old enough to go to a club. I'm talking about 1980s. 20 years before he old enough. I'm talking about the 1980s. He like 10, 11 years old. He born in 78. I'm talking about 88. He 10 years old. Jumping in my conversation when he was 10. Talking about what was happening when he was 10 years old. Talking about it was Jamaican women in the club when he was 10. Don't even know what era I'm talking about now, just typing. Bro, be quiet. You know what I'm saying? What was the first reggae album I bought? The first reggae album I bought was Manyaka. The first reggae show I went to was a group called Manyaka from New York. And after the show, I went and bought their single and their album. They had the song, I will dread for some when the right time comes, because everything you do, Jah is watching you. So do the best you can for your fellow man or you will pay. That was the first reggae song I bought. I bought their album and their single. We got some weirdos on social media. Some brothers, you know what? If you're going to make it in life, shut up and listen. You know, you're going to go more listening. You find if you ever around somebody that talk a lot, don't deal with them because they don't listen. Okay? And never deal with somebody that don't listen. Because a person that talks while another person is talking is a dumbass. They don't listen. This is the first one. First reggae I ever bought. First time I looked in the Yellow Pages and found a reggae record store. This was the single they sung because it wasn't on no album. Right? So this is the first reggae song I liked that I bought. I went to the Conquering Line record store that I end up going there all the time and it's a whole culture. Rest in peace to Chucky Isaiah. And this was the record. Dreadful Song. And the Dread Dub. It was the first time I seen people with dreadlocks. Because I wasn't no Rasta. I was Kemetic. I wasn't no Rasta. I was Egyptian. I was an Egyptian. I worked for the U.S. Treasury Department. I went to the health food store to get me some food because I was vegan. I was vegetarian. There was a brother in there with some long dreadlocks, and I had dreadlocks, but I was Kemetic. I wasn't that. I asked him, how long it take your dreads to get like that? He said, patience, my brother. And he gave me a flyer to go to a reggae show. So I went and told my queen, we going to go to this reggae show. And we went to the reggae show and seen that group. And then I went to another reggae show. And then I met a roster that invited me to his house. And then I went to his house and I ended up playing trumpet in a band. But I'm still comedic. I ain't no roster. I just got dreadlocks. Because we was growing dreadlocks based on ancient Egypt. You understand? We was growing our dreadlocks based on ancient Egypt. And this the brethren I had got the first thing from. But it was by the time I met him, his hair was down past his waist. So the brother with Bob Marley, Tazadi, I met him years later. By the time I met him, his hair was past his waist. My dreads was just growing. And then he gave me a flight to go to a reggae show. And I went to the reggae show. The first time we liked it. So when we got home, I realized I still had my tickets. I told my girlfriend we should go to the second show. And we went to the second show, and I gave them my tickets. And they called his brother Zadi because they said these tickets was from yesterday. I played stupid like, oh, for real? Because I'm a kid, man. I'm only like 20. I'm like, oh, I didn't know. I thought they was for the night. And so Zadi, they went and got the brother I met at the health food store. He came. He see me and my girlfriend Mayat. I said, he looked at me and he said, let him in. But now that I think back, he knew I was lying because every dreadlock they going to recognize at the show. And I know damn well he seen me and that woman at that show the night before. But he still let me come in. He let me come in. Because, I was a baby. I was trying to find out. But I was representing Kemet. But the first night, I went to the reggae show to see Manyaka. We got there early, and all these brothers started coming in with dreads. And I was like, wow. So then at one point, I had to go to the restroom. So when I went to the restroom, it was a whole bunch of brothers with dreadlocks in there. I don't know nothing about Rasta, none of that. I'm dealing with Egypt. So then when I come in, the brother say, yo, man, what's the man name? What thy name? I said, huh? What I name? I'm like, huh? Your name, brother, your name. I said, oh, my name Akhenaton. At that time, I called myself Akhenaton. I said, Akhenaton. And the brother like, yes, brethren, Akhenaton, the great pharaoh of ancient Egypt. So my mind is blown because don't know black people know nothing about that. So I was like, oh, this the spot. They smoke weed, they got hair like me, and they know the history. Oh, this the spot. And that's how I started doing that. But we didn't grow our dreadlocks based on. I didn't grow my dreadlocks based on Rasta. I came in through Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So I came in through ancient Kemet. You know what I'm saying? That's how I came into the culture. I didn't come into the culture based on that other stuff, based on Rasta. I started growing my dreadlocks based on ancient Kemet. Right? So that's why I'm a comedic Rasta. I'm my own Rasta. I'm an all new Rasta. I made up my own vibe. I'm a comedic Rasta. Because I came in through ancient Kemet. And I started growing my dreadlocks based on ancient Kemet before I met this brother. You know what I'm saying? I didn't come in through reggae. I came in through Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Because we was studying Kemet, and they had the dreadlocks. You feel me? You see what I'm saying? This how I came in. See what I'm saying? This why I was growing my dreads based on these dreadlocks right here. See what I'm saying? This was our imagery of dreadlocks of a black man and a black woman with the dreads. Just so you know the history. So now you know the history. So I'm different. I didn't come in. I didn't come in following nobody. I came in on some whole ancient Kemetic shit, some stuff that foundational Black American uh, knowledge is how I came in. It was very easy to link in with Egypt, to link Egypt in with Ethiopia, because I knew that Ethiopia was the mother of Kemet. So Ethiopia was the mother. So Ethiopia is like the mother, and then Kemet is like downtown. You know how you build a downtown and you build all your special buildings and shit? But that was Egypt. Egypt was like downtown Ethiopia, the downtown part of East Africa. So I already knew when these brothers was dealing with Ethiopia, I already know that Kemet and Ethiopia is like this. So it's easy for me to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Because it was all connected. That's not as they don't teach no more. That was the whole Kush area. You know what I'm saying? That's Kush, the whole area. So when I think the brethren, and the brethren had knowledge, they had a lot of historical knowledge. So boom, Black Americans didn't have no knowledge like that. They was cutting their hair still. Black Americans weren't wearing their natural hair. They was cutting their hair. That's how I came into the consciousness through ancient Kemet. You know what I mean? So I guess we talked about everything. If you want to do some questions, Al got some questions. We could do some questions and answers. You know what I'm saying? If you got some questions, this is a good time to get it off your chest. That's how I came into the game. And then, being with Rasta was saying, princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto Jah. So it was like, oh, okay. Egypt and Ethiopia is written right here. So that was a connection. But I never did the Jamaican stuff. I was always a Black American. I never did fake Jamaican. I was always standing on foundational Black American. Facts. Any Jamaican to tell you about Pharaoh was always Pharaoh. Pharaoh never talked, yeah, man, no, I never did that. When I come with meet the Jamaican, I'm like, yes, brother. I'm like, what up? I didn't do fake Jamaicans. I was always a nigga from Chicago. Oh my soul. Anybody tell you. And that's why so many brothers from other places, that's why they liked me. Because I never was trying to be them. And they like that. They want you to be you. They don't like you when you're trying to be no fake ass Jamaican. Why the fuck would I be a fake ass Jamaican and I'm in America? I'm on my turf. Why would I try to be somebody else on my turf? Make some sense. What I look like in America, in Chicago, LA, trying to sound like somebody else on my turf. See the dreads? You know what I'm saying? That's how I came into the game. How do you start growing dreads? It depends on what kind of dreads you want. You can go twist them in. I just washed my hair and left it alone. But you might want to style dread, so you got to figure out what kind of dreads you want. But the best way to do it is wash your hair and leave it alone. It dread up on its own. You ever see somebody in the afro get in the water, when they get up, it starts separating? So if you wash your hair, shampoo it and wash it, it's going to dread on its own. You don't got to twist no dreads. I wouldn't twist them. I would let them grow and then just start pulling them apart. You know, you can pull them apart and just let them keep growing and just keep pulling them apart the size you like. Whatever size you like, pull them apart and wash them, pull them apart and wash them. And they're going to grow. They're going to be beautiful. I wouldn't twist them, because when you twist them, you twist the wrong hair together. And now they start getting thin at the root because you done twisted this shit together. Let it do what it do. It know what to do. It know how to keep the dread fat, because you got to always understand that for a dread like this, you're going to need this much hair in there. So if you twist it where it's this much hair, it's going to start getting thinner. The root going to always have more hair than it look like go in there. But you got to understand, when it turn to dread, it consolidates. So you can't use this same size hair. The dread got to be fat at the root, because it's going to what? It's going to lock together. So if you do it like this and then it lock together, it's going to be too thin. Now you got to go to the beauty shop like a bitch and get the beauty shop. But I don't go to beauty shop because I ain't beautiful. So leave it or let it grow by itself. The manicure locks, I mean, you could get that if you just getting them just like for a style, like a model or something. But if you're trying to be a natural man, let it grow natural. But if you want to go to the beauty shop, that's on you. But the best way is to wash it and let it do what it do. God know how to make it grow. Why you trying to outdo God? Your hair was already made to do what it do. Why you always touching everything? You know what I'm saying? Wash it and shake it out. You're going to see the dreads. You ever seen somebody with an afro get in the swimming pool and get out? It be starting to dread right then. It be sections. And just wash it and keep it clean and oil your scalp. Don't put no lot of oil on the hair because it'll clunk up in there. You know, just a little bit of oil, but don't be putting a lot of oil in there, get down in there and get gooky. You don't need no whole lot of oil on the hair. You need oil on the scalp. And just let it grow. But I mean, you got to be willing to go through the sacrifices. You know, some people ain't going to hire you with that shit. I went a whole bunch of motherfucking, and then we wasn't beefing with Jamaicans. What year you saying? 87? Yeah, 80. Yeah, 87. It might have started beefing a little bit by 87. But when I got into it in the late 70s, you know, it wasn't no beef. It was really pro-black. And when I got into it in, 78, no, the whole reggae culture was pro-black. Because you got to understand, in 78, everybody that had any type of culture came to the reggae. So black Hebrew Israelites came to the reggae. Brothers from the Nation of Islam came to the reggae. Black revolutionaries came to the reggae. The reggae was black music. It wasn't really Rasta. It was black. Anytime you have Kwanzaa, anything, guess what band play? Reggae. So reggae was the cultural music for any black event. Black African Liberation Day, Kwanzaa, whatever. Reggae was the soundtrack for anything black. It wasn't just the soundtrack for Rasta shit or Jamaican shit. In in the 70s, late 70s, all through the 80s and the 90s, reggae was the soundtrack for any black activities. You have a black festival in LA at Leimert Park. You need music. And you want music that fits your Pan-African or your African art. You want music that fits it. And there was only one music that fit that. Reggae was the only cultural music we had. R&B wasn't black cultural. It was like party shit. You had no cultural music but reggae. That's why it's black culture. The first music in America for a black cultural, multicultural event was reggae. That's why we made a lot of money playing reggae. Because reggae was the music you wanted at any type of black event. Kwanzaa, African Liberation Day, anything. And this is where black people would come and sell art festival, anything like that. Festival at DuSable Museum, art festival, anything. Reggae is the music you want. Jazz was too sleepy sounding, sounded too fucking old. You want to feel like this a party. You don't want to hear no. Nobody want to hear that shit when you out trying to have a good time. You want to hear some music got like some kind of fucking drums that beat to it. You don't want to hear no fucking jazz. That's for drinking and going to bed. That's not really good festival music. Unless you're like old and washed up. You might want to walk around there and hear that shit. But nobody want to hear that shit. Now, some brothers will be able to play like some type of African, like Osabisa type shit. That would work. If you have some congas. If it had congas and some rhythm, yeah, you could bring that band could come play. But you couldn't cut in no culture festival talking about it's a brick house and mighty mighty, because ain't nobody even dressed brick house. Everybody got on their guard. In those days, everybody represented the many different cultural identities of black people. So it was beautiful. Pan-Africans came with the Pan-African look. The Egyptian brothers came with the Egyptian look. The Muslim brothers came with the Muslim look. The Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters came with the Hebrew Israelite look. And it was like a place where all of them would be at one place. So we was kind of united because we was all eyeballs. We wasn't Negroes. So all blacks that wasn't Negroes, all blacks that was in some type of culture, back in the late 70s and 80s, we used to all be together. We wasn't beefing philosophies until you get to Sarnetta and them COINTELPRO asses. They the ones divided up the community. Before them, we all hung together because you got to look like this. A lot of times, Hebrew Israelite brothers were what? Be like vegetarians. Nation of Islam brothers, right? They had a certain way they ate. Rasta brothers, they had a certain way they ate. Kemetic brothers, they had a certain way they ate. So most of us on like a vegetarian, vegan thing, we was in these cultural communities. So events we had was we all kind of did the same thing. The biggest connection, you'll never guess the biggest connection with the cultural community. The biggest connection with the black cultural community, with all the different schools of thought, was head wraps. Tell me that ain't crazy. Why? What made us all look alike? Because all our queens wore head wraps. The Muslim sisters wore head wraps. The Rasta sisters wore head wraps. The Hebrew Israelite sisters wore head wraps. The Pan-African African sisters wore head wraps. So head wraps made it all look like it was the same people because all us brothers, all our queens wore head wraps. And the queens was there buying wraps and teaching each other how to wrap up their head. My queen, we was comedic. She saw a sister at the grocery store in the vegetable section with a head wrap. She said, "How you wrap your head like that?" She said, "Take my number." So they was able to trade recipes, and she was able to teach my queen where to get material at where. So head wraps, nobody would know this shit. You have to really be there. Was the number one thing that those in some type of consciousness had in common. No, when you used to go to these conscious events, the women all looked the same. It's crazy. The women all look the same. The ones into African culture, the Hebrew Israelites, the Rasta women, they all look the same. They all had on skirts and head wraps and jewelry, kind of like jewelry, same type of like jewelry. So of course it was a field day. If you was a brother that was into consciousness, this way you go and mingle with a queen, because some of these queens is single. And she got a skirt on. Boom, you got your dashiki on or whatever you got on. You know what I'm saying? You got your positive black t-shirt on or whatever. And it's like, boom, you got your African jewelry on me. I used to wear Africa with a pharaoh head on it. This sister got an Africa with a cowrie shell on it. This brother got a Star David on. This brother got a moon and star. And then we would go and we would all be there. And you might walk over here and the brother from the Nation of Islam be kicking the bobos and you be quiet. That's why I keep telling y'all. We all go listen to the Muslim brother kick their shit. Nobody challenged the brother. We don't challenge the brother. We let the brother kick the knowledge. And we listen to it. And every time he says something we like, yeah, brother. And then we greet the brother. Assalamu alaikum, brother. That's what was positive. You a Hebrew, we be like, shalom, brother. You're a Muslim, we be like, assalamu alaikum, brother. You Yoruba, we like, alafia, brother. What's up, black man? We agree. No matter what you are, we know your greeting. Boom. That made it exciting. We know the brother's greetings. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Alaikum salam. Wow. That's what made it great. The fact we was all different and we knew each other's stuff. We ain't did a debate. This brother got a button on the Haile Selassie. This brother got a button on of the teacher of Islam that taught Elijah Muhammad. Got his button on. Because they would start wearing buttons of Pharaoh, Master Pharaoh. So this brother got his button on Master Pharaoh. You got your button with Haile Selassie. This brother got on Ankh on him. You know, boom. We wasn't doing that weirdo shit Sarnetta and them was doing. They brought in negativity. We brought in, we all conscious. It's the conscious and then the unconscious. We not finna debate between the conscious like that. I'm not finna debate no Hebrew brother like that. That's weirdo stuff. We wasn't doing that. That's negative. The brother a Muslim. Well, I'm challenging him. He doing what he do. I'm not going to challenge his belief system against mine. That's feminine. It's not for me to change no brother mind, to push no ideology on no brother like this weirdo stuff they be doing nowadays. I come over here and talk, you want to push whatever you believe on me. I can't talk freely. We wasn't doing that. If you go there and the Hebrew brother talking and you listen and there ain't nothing interests you, You slowly just walk away and go do something else. You don't walk away like, oh, I don't want to hear this. You polite. You keep on enjoying your day. But you don't cut the brother off trying to argue with the brother like this new weirdo shit. Well, can't nobody talk because you got to interrupt them and argue with them. You don't let no brothers have the floor. When I came into the game, if you got the floor, you got the floor. I don't go and try to take the floor. We was like this. Whoever had the strength to stand in front of our people and start a positive conversation, they deserve respect for starting the conversation. So they got the floor. Not no situation where you don't start no conversation, but you'll see a brother start a conversation, and then you want to jump in and take over a conversation that you was too pussy to start. That's what happened over here with me. A brother too pussy to go on his live and start a conversation. He want to be a little bitch. He want to come over here while I'm on some G shit and start a conversation. And now, like a little bitch, you want to come in and get in the chat on my conversation that I started. Because I know a lot of y'all like, well, I don't want to listen to nobody because you breaking the rules. Whoever got the floor, that's the end of it. You respect who got the strength to start the conversation, who believe in their movement, who believe in what they think so much that they start the conversation. They deserve the respect for having enough to start the conversation. You don't get no respect jumping in the motherfucker. You get respect when you go start a conversation. Period. When you go see Farrakhan, you going to see Farrakhan. You shut the fuck up. If you go see Dr. Ben, you going to see Dr. Ben. You shut the fuck up. Dr. Ben started the conversation. You were there to listen. Now, a brother like me can work hard, put my presentation together, say, I'm going to go present something to the people. A motherfucker that ain't on shit, that might not even have a page together, that might not even have a different picture on there, think that he can come in the chat and go toe-to-toe with somebody that got the microphone, the camera, that started the live, that got the YouTube account. A nigga think that he could just be some bitch nigga, just jump in with no energy input and try to go toe-to-toe to you when he not going toe-to-toe to you. He don't got no camera. He don't got no mic. He ain't starting no conversation. He on your shit. Trying to go toe-to-toe with you with your works. He want to cheat, not do shit, come in the chat and be the big man. It don't go like that. You can't walk in the church and sit in the pew and the preacher start preaching. You can't stand up and start preaching and arguing with the preacher. Where they do that at? The black man got to get himself some dignity. If I say something that stimulates you so much you agree with me, you got something to say, log off, go set up your YouTube, or go on Instagram Live, and then spit your shit like a G. Go spit your shit on your own, like stand on your own 2 feet and go spit your knowledge. Why you want to compete with me and take the easy way out and let me build an audience, and you want to jump in front of the audience because you can't build one and you think I'm supposed to respect you? Part of this talking is building the audience. Yeah, I'm not going to respect you in front of an audience I built and you can't build no audience. You'll never see me go jump in nobody's audience like that. I don't do that kind of weirdo shit. When I go, I watch a lot of brothers. A lot of these people y'all be watching, I be in the chat, but I don't be saying nothing to interrupt the brother or the sister. I just listen. And then if it get I don't want to listen, I just go. When I seen Vic Mensa talking crazy, I didn't say nothing. I just unfollowed him and left. I was like, he ain't talking about shit. I don't be liking what Vic be talking about. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Vic can't speak on reparations or foundational Black Americans. He not that. So he out of order for speaking on something that ain't got shit to do with him. Your mama white, your daddy Ghanaian. Speak on some white Ghanaian shit. Don't speak on foundational Black Americans. You not that. So his whole thing that he think he can speak on foundational Black American when he not one, that shit bogus. He out of order. Bro, this ain't none of your business really. It ain't up for Vic Mensa to decide what the fuck we supposed to do when he not us. Now he'll try to say he us. You not. You not foundational Black American. Period. You not. Now you can listen. You can join in if you're going to help us with our plight. But if you're not standing on what we stand on, Vic, you got to shut the fuck up and get out our conversation and go get you some business. Vic Mensa, go get you something. Go get you a plight or something. Stay out of FBA business. You not FBA. Your daddy is an African that fell in love with a white woman or had sex with a white woman and had you. You still a man. You still a brother got some knowledge. But you should have enough knowledge to know don't speak on no people's plight, that you not them people. He my brother. He Chicago my brother. He not FBA. It's not for him to determine FBA business. He is not a foundational Black American. So him speaking as if foundational Black Americans should let that go and be Pan-Africans, he bogus. He can't speak on what the fuck we should do. You're not foundational Black American. You cannot speak on what we want and how we see things because you're not us. And then it looks disingenuous because it looked like you want us to do that because you excluded. You're not included. And it just looked like Vic's feelings is hurt. It looks like a lot of Black people feelings are hurt because we delineating. And then you don't want to see us have our own thing. Many of the Blacks that don't want to see us have our own thing got their own thing. So when you see, like Dr. Umar, you a Pan-African, that you got your own thing. But when it comes to foundational Black Americans, you speak on our thing and said, don't give us no money because we ain't going to do nothing but mess it up. But you broke and you got all our money. I will be talking about that later. How is somebody that said foundational Black Americans don't need to get reparations because we're going to mess the money up, messed up the money foundational Black Americans got to his bitch ass for a school? Make some sense. Because that man said we're going to mess the money up, and that man messed millions up. Dr. Umar did exactly how he disrespected us. That's why I can't believe y'all listen to Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar is a traitor and a rat and a disgrace to his race. And I tell him to his face, boy, you ain't no king of no Pan-Africanism or nothing. Because when you got on the thing and they ask you what you think about Black Americans getting reparations, a real solid brother would have said, yeah, give it to them. And that's for any of you Blacks. If you're a Black man and you speak against reparations, you're a bitch. You not solid. Because if you were solid, you'll be like, yeah, Give my people their reparations. Anything other than that, you are a bitch. You're not a revolutionary. You ain't standing on nothing black. You're a traitor, hater, and a rat bastard if you speak against what your brothers and sisters trying to get. Because what they trying to get, it ain't going to hurt you. So anytime a man speaking against something that ain't even going to hurt him, that he don't want nobody else to get, that's a bitch. Because if y'all was trying to get something and I didn't want to get it and it ain't taking nothing from me, why would I speak against it? Why would I speak against something that's not harming me? None. Let's say I'm a Jamaican and y'all want to get reparations. Is that going to hurt me? No. So why would I speak against that? If I'm a Pan-African, like Dr. Umar, and you say you foundational Black Americans and you want to get reparations, and it's not going to hurt me, why would I speak against it? The only reason you would speak against that, because you're a fraud, you're a hater, you're a rat, and you're a bitch. And don't talk revolution, because under revolutionary status, that's treason. That's a firing squad. And revolutionary concepts. And revolutionary concept, you going against your own people is a firing squad. I asked Dr. Umar, am I right or am I wrong? And revolutionary concept, if there's a group of Black people asking for something, and you went and told their oppressor or told the people they don't dispose to get it, would that not be Black revolutionary violation? That would be a Black revolutionary violation. That's a firing squad. That's why some of these brothers, they're not even revolutionaries. No revolutionary would speak against reparations for their people. Not a one. Who? What revolutionary would say you don't deserve reparations? Who? Who believed Malcolm would say that? Who believed Malcolm would say, don't give them reparations, they're going to mess the money up? Who believed Khalid would say it? Who believed Khalid would say, don't give them reparations, they're going to mess the money? Just name me one revolutionary that would speak against reparations from white America to Black Americans. Name me one. What a revolutionary do would fuck Dr. Umar for saying that. Would run up on him. Hey, brother, we heard you speaking against our people, telling the white man don't give our people what's due to them, my brother. That's what a revolutionary, yeah, nigga. A revolutionary would run up on him. My brother, did we see you say don't give Black people what's due to them, my brother? After all our people been through, my brother? So you have this negative look towards our people, my brother? And you said this in front of the white man? You got on the white man's media and disrespected our people, brother? If I'm lying, if this don't sound real, tell me this sound fake. If I was a revolutionary soldier, would I find that as a violation? Would I violate you if I seen you in the media doing that? If I was a revolutionary, which I could be one. I'm just not, but I have the mentality to be one. That would totally be a violation to me. And I would send men to bring you to me. And we would have to figure out what we're going to do about this situation right here. Because we don't go against ours. If you're a revolutionary, you're a king or something, and I got a kingdom, and y'all come to me and say, Pharaoh, we want 5 swimming pools and some water over there. So be it. The people say they want 5 swimming pools and some water. And unless you can show me where these 5 swimming pools and some water is going to cause some type of damage, make it happen. You got to show me how this going to be bad. You can't tell me, oh, don't give them no 5 swimming pools of water. They ain't going to hardly swim in it. That's not okay. How do you know that they're not going to swim in it? See what I'm saying? You could never come to me and say that shit. You could never come to me and say no reason why black people shouldn't get their reparations and start saying bad things. Black folks gonna do all this bad stuff and you black. You would always have to speak up for black people when they going against another race of people to get something. You would never get in front of them people and tell them, no, don't give our people no reparations because my people ain't shit. That's basically what he did. That Duma got and told a white man, don't give it to us. That's what he did. I told him to his face. See, because one thing is, we would have been arrested, Dr. Umar, for treason, for stealing from black people. He would be imprisoned under a black government, for sure. We would have been locked him up. He would have had to been show us where's that money. And he just running his mouth. I try to stay out the way because I got PTSD and I'm mean when it comes to like revolutionary type of shit. I make Dr. Umar bag down and ask for real. Me and Dr. Umar, that shit'll go real bad because I really be on militant. I've been a militant many years. I just chilled out when I think that black people wasn't ready for the level of militancy I was talking about. But somebody like Dr. Umar, I'd back him all the way down. He not really that. First off, he's fat, or he's not in shape for military operations. Okay? You can't be no fat soldier that can't even run a half a mile. So I would have never looked at him. He's not this person. He's not that. This person here would back him down on my soul. Yeah, this Pharaoh right here would back Umar down. If he ain't really ready to bang it out, he would have to cop a plea. He would not have the soldiers this one would have. He would always be a solo talker. He would not be a general or a leader. This person here, if he collected money from you for a school, if he started collecting money and he seen the school couldn't happen, he would have been shut it down early. This person would never collect millions and millions of dollars and don't do no school because I'll be to know early if we're going to be able to do this or not. If I collected that much money, it'd be a fucking school open. And there ain't no way I'll still be begging for no goddamn money. That school would be open. Because this person right here would have opened a little bitty school. There's schools all over the place. There's a brother and sister just lost their school. I would have go get that school. I go get a school and a little two storefronts. And I would have a couple classes. And then as we raise money, we'll buy a bigger school and a bigger school. There's schools that have closed that was already nice that he could have bought. He went and bought some trash. When you listening to somebody talking big revolutionary shit, but ain't got basic business skills, and go do shit like buy junk buildings and shit, they are not in a position to lead. Because part of leading is, how did you spend the money? You was too stupid to really be able to find. How you going to teach my kids something and you bought that big-ass, raggedy-ass building? And there's schools all over this country empty with everything running already. Schools have closed. There's buildings everywhere fully ready to run. He went and bought some dilapidated shit. There are buildings all over this country ready to run. And why would you, if you want to help black kids, why would you open that building at that bullshit location? Why wouldn't you go to Washington, D.C., Chicago, Illinois, Houston? Why wouldn't you go where it's a bunch of black people and open the school? Why would you open the school in bumfuck Egypt in some little fuck? Where the fuck is that little place? Why wouldn't you go to a major situation where there's lots of black people, where eventually that could be a whole giant campus? You do that in Houston. That thing start out small, and if it's in the right area where there's land, that thing 10, 20 years from now will be a goddamn high school, a grade school, high school, and college. Because you got enough black people to go. He went and opened it somewhere where there ain't even enough black people to do no shit there. You don't got enough money there. You need to go where there's black people getting money, where there's poor black people and black people getting money. Now you got a variety of black people to make something happen, like Houston. Houston would have been perfect. Because I'm from Chicago, people say that bias. No, Houston is a big black city. That shit would have went somewhere. In Houston. In Atlanta. In Atlanta, where they getting money in Atlanta. They trying to gentrify Atlanta. He could have put that in Atlanta, that thing would have went crazy. Because in Atlanta, he could have got a lot of the rappers' children to go if he got the right stuff, because a lot of rappers been through a lot. Been in gangs, been selling drugs, been in shootouts. So a lot of people like that, they don't want that for their children. They want something really better for their children. So you could have put that in Atlanta, because black folks got some money in Atlanta. I don't know what nobody told you. And you could have stopped them from gentrifying Atlanta, and you could have got some really good students and some good money in Atlanta. For real. Black folks gonna let them take Atlanta back from them because you ain't invested in Atlanta. Black people losing Atlanta right now as we speak. They losing Atlanta. They finna gentrify Atlanta. Because black folks didn't put no money into it. Anyway, that's that. That's my feeling on that. Vic Mensa, that's my brother and everything. But I just don't understand no guy with a white mother and an African father speaking on FBA business. It just looks like jealousy and shit because you're not FBA. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. Like, bro, you want somebody to be some shit you can be included in. That's what it looked like. Like a lot of people don't want us to delineate because they're only thinking about themselves. They're not thinking about the plight of us foundational black Americans. They want to be included. Because I can see Vic going through some things. He got on all these African colors and all this African shit. And I'm like, damn, he going through something. Dude, your mom white. Nobody going to really respect you as this great African nigga like that. Why don't you just do music and be a great artist, a recording artist? Talk about shit that ain't got nothing to do with race and shit. Talk about some human stuff. Because you talking about foundational black Americans and African shit, that shit look like you got issues. Your mama white. It's like, I don't know. He looked like he going through something. I watched him. It was really kind of sad. Because he was like, sometimes I think, why couldn't I just be white, or why couldn't I just be black? Why I had to be mixed like this? I said, damn, he actually said this shit. Like he don't like being mixed. Like he can't find his identity. But see, what you don't understand, his identity could have been just standing up for black Americans and reparations. You don't have to be one. So he's missing his opportunity. You don't got to be FBA to support the brothers and the sisters. That would have been great. He could have just came out and supported foundational Black Americans. Would have made him look great. Then he could have waited a little while. Then he could have came out and supported situations in Africa and kept them separate. And don't make it either or. Instead, it's a whole bunch of foundational Black Americans. We'll never fuck with him again. Let me tell you something. We in a fight of our life trying to get reparations. If you speak against reparations right now while we're in the fight, you will never be forgiven. Time go by fast, and that will be your legacy for the rest of your life, that you was a nigga that went against reparations. You will never be liked. Dr. Umar will never be liked for speaking against reparations. There is not one Black person that speak against reparations that will be liked historically. It's going to go down historically that you went against your own people. For Black people that's watching me, no matter where you're from, don't ever fucking do that. Trust me, just trust me. Don't ever speak against reparations. If you want to be on the right side of history, speak for it. If you're from Africa and somebody asks you about reparations for foundational Black Americans, you speak for it. You don't got to be there. Like I'm a foundational Black American. If somebody asks me about reparations for Jamaica from Britain, I'm going to say yes. If somebody asks me about reparations for Haiti from the French, I'm going to say yeah. If somebody asks me about reparations from the French to West Africa, I'm going to say yeah. I'm not going to be on the wrong side of history. It ain't got to be for me. Is it right or wrong? Do the Haitians deserve reparations for the French? Yes. Why I got to say no? Because I'm not getting it. And that's what's going on with Black Americans. And then we got some Black Americans, men especially. How are you a decent Black foundational American? Even if you don't know it, how do you twist up your mouth to speak against reparations and you're a Black man born in America? You are a disgrace. If you are Black and you're speaking against reparations for foundational Black Americans, you are a disgrace to your race. Period. You're a sellout and you're a disgrace. And you'll be lucky if you don't go down in history. You'll be lucky if we don't write a list. Because I'm thinking we need to come out with the list. We need to get a list of people that want to get reparations. So historically, that's what I think. I think there should be a list. You want to make that movement? You want to make history hard for us? Let's mark that down in history then. So that future generations always know when we do get reparations, these was the Blacks that spoke against it. If you're so proud to speak against it, why should it bother you to go down in history books as a traitor and a rat? Because that's what you are, especially if you're a Black man. I don't give a damn where you're from in the world. If you're a Black man and you speak against reparations for foundational Black Americans, you're an embarrassment to your children and your grandchildren. You're embarrassed. I would never want to be recorded. I'm just telling you about me. I wouldn't want to be recorded saying no shit like that. I ain't gonna lie. Whether it's Black Americans, Jamaicans, or whatever, I would not ever want to be recorded saying don't give Black people something that they're supposed to get from being abused. Oh, hell no. I would not want to be recorded saying that. I would always want to be recorded saying, yeah, supporting Black people. Period. I don't never want to be on that side of history. But maybe that's because I grew up in the 60s. I never want to be on the sellout side of history. Because that don't never go away. You're going to die or sell out. It's never going to go away. Y'all people listen to me. If you ain't made that mistake, don't. What you want to do is post reparations with the hashtag reparations because that's going to go down historical. People going to find that. You're going to be in magazines. You're going to be in books in the future. Your picture might go down in history. Your particular reparations now picture. In 10 years, when people search reparations, your picture might show up. So you want to be on the right side of history, always. You don't never want to be on the wrong side of history. When it comes to black people, I was never on the wrong side of history. I was always against apartheid. I was always for everything black people eventually got, and I was always against any mistreatment of any black people. Always. I never was on the wrong side of history. I never spoke out against Africans trying to get liberation or nothing like that, ever. It's so many Africans have embarrassed their family and embarrassed their heritage, speaking against black Americans getting reparations. It's sad to see Africans disgrace themselves like that. When white people see Africans speak against black Americans, they shake their head. You a disgrace to every race when they see that, because no other race would do that, and you from Africa. And the sad thing about it is, I'm seeing black women, especially in Africa, speak against foundational black Americans while straightening their hair and wearing hairstyles that they got from foundational black Americans. It's the craziest shit ever. Because for a black woman to be in the motherland and be doing stuff, lost stuff that black American women doing, it's just mind-boggling. Because our women here getting blonde hair and stuff, and they in America. You all the way in Africa, supposed to be standing on culture. Your ass got blonde hair. All the way in Africa. A black American woman with bald hair, with blonde hair is not as big a disgrace as a black woman in Africa with blonde hair. That's, come on. Come on. Don't ever go against black people. Always go with your people or just be quiet. I was always against apartheid in South Africa. I was always on the right side when it comes to black people. I never have gone against black people in my life. If every African spoke against reparation, and it was some situations that Africans was going through, that they needed support for something black, I would still never turn around and go against them. Because I would not want to be in history going against them just because so many of them went against. I would never do that. Hell no. I wouldn't side with the Chinese against Africa, the Europeans against Africa. I wouldn't side with the American government against Africa. Hell no. I would always support black Africans because I would never want to be on the wrong side of history. Period. Even if black Africans don't support me. I got my own dignity that I got to stand on regardless on what they are. But I can't say for black Africans. Y'all stop disgracing Africa with all that blonde shit in your head and all that straight in your hair with all that cooning and shit on social media and you in the motherland talking against other black Americans and shit and you in Africa. You in Africa. You in ground zero for black people. The fuck you look like talking against any black people and you in the so-called motherland. You look like the biggest coons ever lived. You in Africa. You supposed to be pro-black, period. You in Africa talking crazy. Talking about how you want to come to America and be a big slave and a big sellout and do better than me. You looking crazy as hell. You want to leave Africa and come here and do better than me. The one lady said she coming here to take, while people in Africa taking all her shit. It ain't even nothing here to take. This woman said, I'm not coming here to be friends, nothing. I'm coming to America to take. And all of the shit is in Africa. You know how stupid you got to be where all the diamonds, all the gold, all the wealth at, to say you're going to come to America to take. She coming to America to take stuff that's created from the shit America took from Africa. You know that bitch dumb. Americans in Africa taking, raping them. Europeans over the world raping Africa. Cobalt, coltan, gold. Africans say she coming here to take. I hope she go to the jewelry store and look at all that gold. Bitch, they already took your gold. How you gonna take from somebody that took from you? You just getting a little bit of your shit back. Africans, when you come here and get stuff, you're just getting a minute bit of your own shit. All these shit is stolen from your stupid asses. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? The world is raping y'all. You talking about you coming here to take, and they in the Congo digging up your whole damn country. And this girl talking about she coming here to take. I'm like, little girl, you take what? Them little pennies you get? She coming here to take, to go back to Africa that they done ruined. Like, where you gonna go when you take this shit? Like, take it and go where? And you're on the internet talking crazy what somebody might say shit and want to beat your ass. Like, you're on the internet antagonizing Black Americans, and then gonna come here. And then what's gonna happen when somebody see you and say, ain't that the bitch on there talking shit? And beat the fuck out you over here. Yeah, that's stupid shit. I said, girl, you making Africa look, and she was putting some fake hair in. Her hair was about that long. She was from Africa. She was putting some long shits in her hair talking. I said, damn. Who gonna be your man? Like, you totally lost, sister. When you come over here and take, hopefully you take some knowledge and some dignity back with your stupid black ass. You taking everything but some knowledge. Oh, my soul. Look, y'all stay positive and stay out of the mix. Stay out of this bullshit. Stay positive. Support the channel. 1.